Well, good morning, and we are here at the toss. We had the Queen's Park over. Lovely weather this morning. It's the Leeward Islands against CCC. The Leeward Islands will want to win this game to secure that fourth and final spot in the standings as they go into the knockout phase. We have Johan Jeremiah. He's from the CCC, and of course, everyone knows Rakeem Cornwall. He's here, of course. We are here at the toss, and Rakeem has the coin. Heads is a call.
Tail it is, Rakeem.
Tail it is. Rakeem, you have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first.
And obviously, the Oval, rain around, good decision to bowl first. But you're trying to secure that fourth and final spot.
Yeah, we know what is ahead of us. We just have to come and go get a good performance with the ball and try to restrict them for little as possible.
One question to you, Rakeem. This new bonus point system, hitting certain marks at certain times, are you in agreement with it? You think it has worked well?
Yeah, it's good for the cricket. We push teams to do well, push teams to get runs in the power play. Also, it's not really for regional cricket. It's try to help our international team. So once we can do it good here, there is no doubt we can go up there and implement it.
I want to wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Well, you've heard it there from Rakeem Cornwall. And, of course, Johan, not winning the toss today, but I guess you will think that's the last thing you lose today.
Yeah, we decided if we won the toss, we was going to bat. So I think it still fell in our favor. It's just for our batsmen to go there and put on a big total.
Did you have a chance to look at the track?
Yeah, the track looked pretty good. The wicket at the over been playing very well. Some big scores been scoring here. So it's just for our batsmen to apply themselves and for us to get a big total on the board.
Not really the results that you would have wanted, but what have you taken out of this tournament?
Yeah, it's a young bunch of players that we have, a young group. I think it's important for us to learn, and learn fast. Nevertheless, it's just for some of the players to go back and to reflect and see how we can come next tournament. But nevertheless, I think it's a great bunch of fellas, talented group. And it's just for us to come out today and still leave on a positive note.
Well, we look forward to great entertainment from you and the boys today.
Thank you.
Well, you've heard it there. The news from pitch side is that the Leeward Islands, they have won the toss and they'll be bowling first. Well, you would have heard it there from the toss that the Leeward Islands, they have been successful at that aspect of the game, and they have decided to bowl first. Just to run through the standings as the Leeward Islands look to cement position number 4 to get into the knockout phase. TNT Red Force, they finished the preliminary round play at the head of the heap. Their 7 matches, they won 5, lost 1, no results, 63 points. That's the total for them, 30 bonus points. This Jamaica Scorpions, surprisingly in second position with 53. The Barbados Pride, 46. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they have a 3-3 record. They've won 3, lost 3 out of their 6 matches. They have 20 bonus points for a total amount of points being 38. Guyana Harp Eagles, they are out with 37. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they still have interest in this tournament. They have 31. They are playing the West Indies Academy across there at UWI Spec. So all eyes would be on that game as well. And this game, CCC has 21 points. So CCC, they are 6th. The Academy, they bring up the rear on 20. And Leeward Islands know that they can't let up because the Windward Islands on form will be expected to get past the West Indies Academy at UWI. There's also something called rain that has been hanging around Trinidad and Tobago. It's brilliant at the Oval at this point in time. And the Windward Islands, they are on 31. They'll be hoping and praying that the rain gods stay away. The Leeward Islands on 38. They'll be looking to push for victory. And skipper Cornwall has taken the initiative to put the CCC into bat, looking to see whatever they score, if they can get it quickly as well, increase the bonus point situation and get his team into the knockout phase. Let me take you straight to the play now, and this is the first delivery. Well, it should have been the first delivery, but probably it was not, because at this point in time I was supposed to say good morning to Dylan Sharma. Good morning, Dylan.
Oh, well, certainly I must thank Curry Mago for allowing me that chance to enter into the conversation. Here's the first ball.
A nice little drift. That one drifting away now.
It was
Gore.
worth the wait.
Yeah. Gore will turn the ball into the left-hander. That's the first run of the day. So, Leeward Islands looking to attack, looking to be aggressive. They know that with the weather wrong. It's an excellent decision, Dylan, made by their captain, Raheem Cornwall, to bowl first because the rain is hanging about.
Always going to help in those situations when you have a reduced game to chase as opposed to setting a target. Tends to work out more in favor of the chasing team. Not every time, of course.
Looking for the arm ball. A bit too straight. He's lucky to get away with that. Kamil Puran, the local boy, playing it down to mid-on. Puran hasn't really done much to set the place ablaze. Better shot there by Puran. No relation to Nicholas Puran.
Well, he must have heard you there. Wanted to ensure that he gets off to a good start.
It's an opportunity, Johan Jeremiah at the toss, he was saying that the exercise was good for the CCC. They are not going to qualify, but the exercise was good. The players can now take away from this and go, and they're now able to go back, reflect, see where they went wrong, see where they can improve, and use this experience to move forward. Oh, that was too close to cut. That was as close as Basso and Ramdu, where they're living. And at the end of it, it's 3 without loss.
Certainly, as you said, Kamil Puran hasn't done much. And also Yuan Jeremiah this season compared to last season, where he did look much more comfortable, hasn't quite been able to replicate that level of run scoring as last season.
Well, I spoke earlier about the toss that Cornwall won, and I was saying that it was a good decision. Now, Johan Jeremiah told me that he had the toss that he would have batted anyhow. So it's probably, so everyone is happy on this Sunday morning. Not only those who are going to church at the nearby cathedral, everyone is happy.
It's certainly a choice bowling first that they want to attack CCC as early as possible. Shane Thomas has looked good at times, but also as in the last game, especially against Jamaica, didn't have the best time.
It was a bad delivery, whipped away by Jeremiah, and he's off and running. He gets his second run. It's 4 without loss. I have seen glimpses of brilliance from O'Shane Thomas in this tournament. I've seen certain spells where he has been frightening. And it's all about consistency. It's all about working himself back into the game as he would like. Has been a bit injury prone, as does big fast bowlers. Shannon Gabriel has had that worry as well.
Would have been one of those matches at this exact venue where we would have seen O'Shane Thomas bowl a magnificent spell.
Looking for the Yorker. He has been bowling that at will in this tournament. It's been a great tournament. I've seen players prosper. You've seen growth in players. Very significant as well at the toss when asked the question. Raheem Cornwall said the bonus point system has worked beautifully for the Leeward Islands. And he said it's about not regional but international cricket, preparing guys to hit certain marks, it has worked for the Leeward Islands. And I want to agree with him. Ooh. I was as close as you can get to that blue line. Are you a fan of that blue line?
I think it does help in certain instances.
No, I should rephrase my question. Are you in favor or are you fond of the color? I think it's difficult to see.
I think that's what I mean in certain situations. I think in the night it does look a bit better, but daytime, certainly the white color is much easier to notice.
That's good. That's good. That's quick. You had to come down a little late. And it keeps it out. Well, I'm very surprised that you didn't offer a suggestion to have it pink. I know pink is your favorite color.
Well, I do like a pink ball test.
I know recently in Atlanta, you loved the color pink. You were speaking about it very openly.
Well, the umpire certainly is in my good books already.
Wide down the leg side, so just early doors, getting his Raiders in line. I know that when this young man burst onto the scene a couple seasons ago, actually made a name for himself in the CPL. I know Ian Bishop was very excited about him. And you know, one wonders whether these players seek the guidance from the great man. He's always at these games because, well, not the regional, but the international games. Some of the regional game takes time to come around. Edge gone! The big man eats it up as Sunday breakfast. And that's the first wicket.
Well, Rakeem Cornwall does enjoy himself there at slips and showing off those skills at slips early. And O'Shane Thomas got that on a length that tempted him. And, well, he fell into the trap.
2 doubles with slide pepper. It tempted him on the Sunday morning. But you could have seen the shape. Look at it. Look the shape. Yeah, that is it. Oh. Big Jimbo took that with relative ease. I'll tell you something about Big Jimbo. He's an excellent slip fielder. In the wee hours of the morning, I remember a couple of years ago, I was awake to see him take a blinder against Bangladesh for the West Indies to win the Test series.
Well, I was certainly awake as well.
Well,
I
we
do
know
remember
that.
had a magnificent series at that point.
Shakir Paris is the new man who is going to come in. Beautiful delivery. This is what you want to see. Pace and movement mixed together is a dangerous, dangerous combination. I remember in 1989, Viv Richards made a comment that Ian Bishop was the fastest bowler he would have seen capable of swinging the ball. Bishop burst onto the scene in 88 against India, and that was serious problems for the Indians, I tell you. So I can understand why Bishop has an affinity to guys like O'Shane Thomas, who bowls at pace and can swing the ball.
I think that early movement is also important for O'Shane Thomas. He doesn't always move the ball that much. Is someone who tends to favor pace and hitting that hard length, but when he gets that early movement, it does make him that much more dangerous.
Say good morning to all our lovely fans down in the Leeward Islands. Of course, they're locked on taking in this game. Thomas. Driving on the up there, Paris. Paris is going to fight fire with fire. That's one thing I can tell you. End of the over. More thoughts from Sharma.
So far, combined campuses and colleges starting off losing that early wicket to O'Shane Thomas brings Paris early to the crease. He has had a decent time so far. has looked good when he has scored those runs. Jeremiah still there at the crease, and this missed batsman being that of Gore to bowl the third over now. Cornwall still in place. Just gonna want to keep it tidy at the beginning here. Doesn't tend to turn the ball too much, Karima Gore. And just sliding on, still a very new ball. Of course, Leeward Islands with quite a bit to play for. That rivalry between them and the Windwards, where Windwards also facing up against the West Indies Academy across at UWI, and it's gonna be a game that both Windwards and Leewards would want to win. Leewards in a better position. They have their eyes, and that's our second wicket here early on this Sunday morning. Karima Gore joins in on the action, and Yuan Jeremiah is going to have to go back early after getting just 2 runs. This time he just was a quicker one that just went on to him straight. Was left wanting there. Didn't really play that too well. All he had to do was get back down, but wasn't able to. Ball just went straight on, and umpire saw it quite easy. Looked like it would have been crashing into leg stump. So Jeremiah goes, Captain Jeremiah goes, and it's now going to mean that Christian Turton strides out to the crease. 2 pretty much new batsmen here, having to reopen the innings. Score 5 for 2.
Played for the Marching Patriots. I was very excited when I saw that he got this opportunity, because I think there's a lot to work with him. It's a good player. Reminds me a lot of, I don't know how much you know of him, Renako Morton.
Oh, certainly would have seen some highlights from Renako Morton back during the pandemic times when I was searching the internet to see what action I could have found.
He was a no-nonsense player as well.
Certainly entertained me in that short span.
Yeah, didn't really realize his potential. Sadly, lost his life on the highway after representing Queen's Park in a domestic match. He was going south. Good delivery to start with. Yeah, sadly lost his life many years ago. That happened. End of the over. It's a 5 for 2. Let's have a look at this delivery again. Yep, the arm ball. Thick inside edge. 6 for 2. I want to say good morning to the president of Leeward Islands Cricket Association, Enoch Lewis. Very hard-working director at CWI, and a man who, I dare say, has led a revival of cricket in the Leeward Islands. Six for 2 at the moment. You look at West Indies cricket and you look at pockets of where players are coming from, and you look at strength in different regions. Well, Leeward Islands cricket is strong. West Indies cricket is strong, I dare say. Good morning to a very dear friend of mine as well, Sir Kirtley Elcon, Linwall Ambrose. He's in Trinidad at the Hilton. Good morning, Amby. Thomas. Jamar takes it down the leg side. Look at that. I love this character, Jamar Hamilton. Always has something to say. He allowed Thomas to see his displeasure, if I may say so, about that wide down the leg side. Look at this. Easy take. Beautiful. Skipping across. And look at this. Hands on hips very soon. What is that?
Cornwall had hands on heads.
Thomas. Good. That's good. Probably 2 inches closer.
Yeah, just
to
a
Turton.
bit of characters. Keep the game interested and also keep the players out there interested.
A little closer. He wants to come a little closer. This ball is just in its second over. Remember, they're using 2 new balls on both ends. So you don't want to waste the newness, the hardness of the ball.
Might just be trying to overcorrect a bit too after that wide down the leg side.
Good point.
When he gets it on point, it's definitely a treat to watch.
Oh, much better. Much better. Turton was equal to the task. You see value in Cornwall putting a second slip at this point in time? Seeing that he's shaping the ball?
Well, he must put it at this point in time because soon that time is going to run out. Must put those slips in early rather than after the horse has bolted.
Turton scored a ton load of runs for Marching Patriots here in Trinidad in the Division 1, in the Premiership Division. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a delivery worth leaving church on a Sunday morning to see.
Well, that was as close to the bat as you get without causing that dismissal. That held its line and just left him a bit. Really testing him early. Apart from the wide, the over has been very exceptional so far.
He has been good, hasn't he? He heard you this morning. Thomas. That's the man. He will attack anything just offline or off length, regardless of the pressure that he's facing. Now, that is a good sign from the young man Turton. I'll tell you why. The previous delivery, it seems as he has thrown that out of his head, and that is important. You try as much as possible to forget the previous delivery. So he was not tentative. He was there, willing to pounce.
It's almost like the reverse of hitting a boundary and then wanting to hit another one. Just need to get down to the other end sometimes, especially in this longer format.
Oh, come on. This is inexperience showed there. End of the over, at the end of 4, it's 9 for 2.
Yeah, again, just as you were talking about that aggression from him, maybe this time just too aggressive. Bit of confidence, but not able to make contact.
So it's 9 for 2. It's going to be Kerry McGaw. Oh, that's a good delivery. Ken using the arm ball, but still a bit too straight outside the leg stump. He's able to squeeze it away just behind square. Oh, that's good. Better line.
Hasn't been so much turnover yet for Karima Goa, but he's kept things tight. He's held that line very well so far.
There's your guy Turton looking to attack again. That is the way he plays. I like the confidence that he's showing, but he has to be careful here. Can't be overconfident. A lovely shot through the offside. That will find its way into the boundary for 4.
Well, that confidence continues from Turton, and this time to good effect, piercing those fielders in the circle on the offside, and it's a nicely timed shot there.
Yeah.
Just the right amount of power.
I'm not really given the amount of room for that shot, but the bat speed compensated.
Definitely came off the bat at a rate of knots. Certainly came off the bat quicker than Kyle came across the field this morning. One more delivery in this 5th over. And he's going up and over that middle fielder, and it's going all the way for 6.
I tell you, this is the way he plays. So it's... Oh, that deserved the treatment. Lovely shot indeed. Your team is under pressure, but a bad delivery is a bad delivery. 18 for 2 after 5.
That was just too full from Go on that occasion, and dispatched rightfully from Turton.
I'll say good morning to former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler Ruskin Mark, who just made his way into the com box, courtesy of the elevator that his very good friend Colin Murray just installed in the media center. Thomas, good delivery. Thomas has been good this morning, hasn't he?
Been very good this morning, especially after that game he had previously. That previous game against Jamaica, which would have occurred just 2 days ago. Would have gone for figures of 1 for 63 in his 6 overs. Much better start here. And that again, he's continuing to apply that pressure to both of these batsmen. He's pulling some beauties. That time closer to the stumps, but still not yet able to break through again. Harris trying to go really hard at that, only making contact with the air.
I think here definitely Cornwall should attack a little more. He's swinging the ball prodigiously. I think he should have that second slip in place. Give him that confidence to drag the player wide at times. Over pitch, driven beautifully. That's 4. Paris onto the front foot. But you can't really fault Thomas here. He's getting the ball to swing, so he has to pitch it up.
Well, really, that, as you were talking about getting that second slip in, would likely take one of those fielders from that offside in that cover region, and even with those 5 fielders on the offside apart from the slip, still was able to pace that gap. So still trying to save that boundary, and they weren't able to, so might as well put in those attacking fielders, especially having the team 2 down so early.
Tell you what I would do. Maybe a bit ultra aggressive, but I'll tell you after this delivery. Oh, beaten outside the off stump again. Thomas, hands akimbo, wonders what else he has to do. I would have moved mid-on. Put him into second slip. So you still leave the offside field strong. You have point, backward point, short cover, squarish cover, and mid-off. And ask him to play across the line. You keep that delivery on about 4th, 5th stump. Ask him to play across the line.
Certainly with that ball leaving him, that would also work to his advantage. So that would be something that they should look at.
I'm looking at Thomas there. His final few footsteps seems to be struggling a bit as he gets into that final stride.
Of course, just yesterday from that end, we would have seen Shannon Gabriel struggle, and then he switched around to media center end.
Just when you're supposed to accelerate and explode, it's when he's losing momentum.
That has been a long-standing issue with O'Shane Thomas, his run-up. Many times they've spoken about him trying to get that run-up straight and keep that momentum as he comes through.
I remembered Ian Bishop coming into the media center and seeing O'Shane for the first time, and he saw the obvious talent. He was speaking of the obvious raw talent he was seeing, but he spoke of the run-up, and O'Shane run-up was a bit zigzag, so the momentum wasn't taking him forward. There was always a bit of compensation because he had to move left and right. It has improved a lot though, but still not to probably where he wants it. I know when Ruskin Markham's calling, he would be a little more technical with those things, having been a fast bowler who would have bowled down Colin Murray on a number of occasions in youth cricket here in Trinidad. So he would attack that when he comes in. Proud to be a Parkite, as you can see there on our screens. One of the clubs with the richest history when it comes to cricket in the Caribbean.
I'm sure Ruskin would have gotten that ball to elevate as much as the elevator here in the media center.
That doesn't say much. Beaten. Turton has to be respectful of good deliveries though. Look at this.
Just enough turn to take it away from the bat. First delivery, Cornwall wasn't and slipped. Now he's come back. Haven't seen Creamer go openly bowling that much throughout this series, throughout this tournament. He's done a fantastic job so far. And that's gone so far. That's hit the roof from Christian Turton. He's setting the oval alight early on this Sunday morning.
This guy has obvious talent, I tell you. Look at that.
As soon as you saw that come off of the bat, you knew it went all the way. Now they're going to take a pause to retrieve that ball. The umpire was already at the ready.
Well, they've asked for a new ball. Is it that didn't come back?
I did hear when it crashed down on one of those rooftops towards that Scotiabank area.
The third umpire is out there. He's a man with a lot of balls, so they will take one from him. Send him back with one.
Well, he certainly made that delivery quick. Delivery of that ball onto the field. discussions there. Cornwall and co. After that 6. Like this from Tooton, putting the pressure back onto Leewards, who higher up in the table and would have had a better tournament. Now, CCC wouldn't be able to qualify, but want to have some fun out in their last game.
Driving.
And apart from that, would also just want to soak up whatever experience they could in this final encounter for them. And that's just short of Cornwall there. Didn't have much of a chance, but just one more to the total.
This time it's in the air. And he goes. So go strikes. And again, Turton couldn't temper that aggression. We spoke of it. Obvious talent, young Turton. Look at that. Come on.
I think we might have talked too well of him there, and in the end, just that good old commentator's curse.
13 over 3.
Whatever would have happened in that discussion there after that 6 would have certainly worked. That occasion, Gorgeous went a bit straighter. Tooton wasn't able to execute that shot how he would have liked. It was a great catch as well, though. Jonathan Drakes with 130 runs so far in the tournament. Paris with 159. Does paint the picture, of course, those being the two of the highest run scorers, as well as Kieran Powell. Those amount of runs certainly don't win you games. Paris is still there. So still just one slip for O'Shane Thomas.
He is. Ken striving for that Yorker. Lovely stop there at the mid-off.
That's the young man Jewel Andrew himself diving across the field, ensuring that it's limited to just one. Now Drakes is going to face up to his first delivery. Too wide for Drakes to be tempted to play at that. Has at times strayed a bit too wide, O'Shane Thomas. There seems to be an area of concern there. right at the line there.
"51 for 3. Thomas 1 for 10. He's in his fourth. He's bowled with good pace this morning. And I dare say good control. Kenny striving for that Yorker. New man, Jonathan Drakes.
Is there any relation there to Dominic Drakes?
I think we need to find out. I think Barbados is such a small country, everyone is related. I'm sure my good friend, my very dear friend, David Harris, will message me to let me know. Short.
He's trying to go for that shorter delivery there, but it's quite easy to be played there, didn't rise as much, given leg byes. Across that UE, the Windies Islands Volcanoes off to a decent start, 34 for none.
That's good, but a bit too short. It's allowing it to come on to him there, Paris. 32 for 3. So far, Johan Jeremiah, the skipper, he is back in the pavilion, as well as the local duo of Camille Puran and Christian Turton. Turton struck 2 sixes in that 18.
Well, it was short and sweet, but wasn't able to carry on. Christian Turton would have played a lot of T10 and T20 cricket with Marching Patriots. Might have still been in that mood.
You can see O'Shane Thomas, he's still, his pace is up still, but you can see him tiring a bit now after 4. I don't know if Cornwall will give him a 5th. Normally he bowls him in 4 over spells, but with the score 33 for 3, might be tempted. I guess you'll have a conversation with him.
That has continued to be an issue for O'Shane Thomas. Hasn't been able to bowl his full spells consistently enough.
Jerry Gomez media center, you can see there.
Find the 6 innings that O'Shane Thomas has bowled and has only bowled 30 overs. 8 wickets in the tournament. That was an interesting shot there from Drakes. And he seems to be content with just playing the ball to the fielders at this point. Didn't really look to put much into that shot, so they just guided the ball. Paris, that is.
Go. 2 for 21. Well, they're appealing, but there was a lot of baton to that.
I'm not too sure what that appeal was about. Excitement more than anything.
Driving a bit upishly but safely. End of 9. That was the appeal there, but it was a firm push. Probably they thought it was part before bat. God didn't appeal though.
Well, that appeal is gonna be one of life's mysteries. 34 for 3.
I think there's going to be a change at the southern end, just as we predicted. And it's going to be that man, Louis, Jeremiah Louis.
Jeremiah Louis in his last game would have picked up 2 for 30. He's been a top regional performer for quite some time. Also in that last game, Jamaica beating them. Much different story for Jamaica this season and last season, where they would have ended bottom of the table. This season, second.
Much improved. Louis, that's a waft outside the off stump. Parishless losing his head there. What was that?
First delivery of a new bowler.
Just back of the lane.
Definitely that movement on offer for the seamers early here. Saw that from O'Shane at times, and seeing it again from Louis, who does tend to move the ball around a bit more.
That's good.
It's Hayden Walsh Jr. Had an up and down time in the last few years. Good game last game for him. And that's just a bit edgy there from Drakes. Yet to get off the mark. Still Missouri nerves. Bit of gardening as well.
So just remarking where his feet is landing. Probably some loose dirt that's just causing him to slip a bit.
O'Shane was looking at that same ear end last over from that end. May just see some sand come out in a bit.
This is driven nicely, square up the wicket. That'll go for 4.
Well, what a way to get off the mark from Jonathan Drakes, just guiding that one down to the boundary there.
Didn't really get room to play the shot. But somehow he just angled the bat, pushed hard at it, got it away for 4. It was all timing.
It's a wonderful display of timing there from Drakes. And only timing. Well, placement as well.
In the air, just over cover and into the boundary for 4. A chance there, you would say, but a half chance, really. Down to the boundary for 4. And that... Oh, I thought that one took off on him more than anything else.
Well,
Down to the boundary for 4 after more thoughts. It's 43 for 3 after more thoughts from Dylan Sharma. We will be joined by Ruskin Mark.
it was 2 interesting deliveries to finish off there. A boundary that was played confidently with timing and placement, and then another one that was uppishly over cover. Both 4s in the end, but varying styles. Karima is going to continue from the media center end. That's swept there from Paris. It's going to go close to the boundary, and it is going to be another 4. So 3 4s in quick succession, 4 CCC, and Paris joins in on the action now. He got down and got that one away in that gap down at deep fine leg. For to begin that over, and going to continue into his 6th over as welcome Ruskin Mark alongside.
Thank you very much. Nice cool morning. Started off bright and sunny. It was a long walk around from the car park under hot, steamy conditions, but now it's kind of a little cloud cover.
We did have that much heavier cloud cover yesterday at times. Did make for some humid and hot conditions. Today definitely much more comfortable.
And that's the ball, so he every so often he slips it in, touches the ball a little quicker as well.
That's how we got his first wicket as well, just sliding on to Jeremiah.
And that's well played because he had to wait on it, and this is even better running because a little bit of a bubble out in the field, and once that happens, when it's that far from the wicket, the batsmen have more than enough time to complete a second run. They won't get the bonus point for the first 10 overs, and but the Leeward Islands, by picking up those 3 wickets, obviously help themselves. So this is like the game inside the game, and you always have to be switched on as a player. Right now, over number 11 comes to an end. 50 is on the board. It's 50 for 3.
Those extra points for Leewards are going to prove to be valuable, as Windwards are also in with a chance depending on what goes on at UE. So Leewards will want to secure as much points as they possibly can to ensure that Windwards have as least chance of qualifying as they can.
Seem to have misplaced my pen. I'm not sure where I put it, but I know I had it a few seconds ago. And this is another one. So
Always be
probably
prepared.
just hiding on the, there it is.
It's acting as a bookmark.
Mm-hmm.
Tend
But
to
no,
do
but
the same.
This is not a this is a good start for the Leeward Islands, but I think Cornwall must be thinking, how do we press home this advantage, not take a foot off the gas here, and let's see if we can really drive home this advantage as best as possible. And as you said, with the Windward Islands also eyeing a top 4 finish, it's so important that you try to get your team out as quickly as possible and get about the business of making those runs. Flirting with danger there, no foot movement at all. Paris just seemed to stand there and had a little dab at it. It wasn't even like an aggressive shot. He was just trying to run it down to the third man region, almost gifted his wicket.
I think something that both these batsmen are very good at is more so guiding the ball, getting those gaps and running between the wickets. They have been two of the higher run scorers in the CCC team, and they have batted well together.
Yeah, they're going to need a big partnership here. We saw two good ones yesterday. Unfortunately, one proved to be futile in the end. But after Barbados lost that early wicket, they got a big 138-run partnership for the second wicket, and one or two, minor partnerships after that, which helps to, in the end, produce a good. Here's the edge, and he was flirting with that most of this over. That ball pitching outside the off stump, he was trying to guide it. He missed on a couple of occasions. This time he found the edge, and I would have to say deliberately so, because he's played that shot now about 3 times in this over alone, and maybe that was the effect that he wanted, a thickish edge that would take it away from the keeper, and with no slip, you're in the money if you can get it past the keeper.
Just up until the last over, they had that slip in place. Might have made him think twice about playing the shot.
Yeah, he is again. Still, he can't seem to resist putting the bat outside the off stump there, Paris, and it seems as if Louis knows that, and he's continuing to feed him there.
That's a shot that Joe Root and Kane Williamson really like to play a lot. Just guiding it down to third man.
But they play it with cocked wrists, so they're on top of the ball, and they just let the ball hit the face of the bat, and then they just guide it. But he's playing with a straight bat, almost with hard hands, going at the ball, as opposed to allowing the ball to come to him. There you go again. This is better because he was outside the off stump, meeting with the full face, as opposed to opening the face of the bat or playing with the edge. I mean, you pay for the edge too, so he would probably tell me these bats are expensive, and I have to pay for the edge of the bat also. But at the same time, you don't want to give your wicket away. Let the bowlers work for the wickets. Don't help them in that regard.
Well, Cornwall is in that slip for the last delivery now.
And here he goes. How many times has he played almost that line of delivery, almost the same length, and in this over alone, let alone throughout the innings? There's Ralphie coming on. That could only mean one thing, that we're going to have a break in the proceedings. 12 overs completed. It's 54 for 3.
back here after the first drinks break of the day. Daniel Durham is about to enter from the Willie Rodriguez end, also known as the media center end. Tall left arm spinner, replacing Curry Magor, so left arm spin for left arm spin.
Couple of seasons ago, he burst onto the scene and kind of took everybody by storm. And it's kind of cooled off now. Don't have the same impact. Don't have the same amount of wickets first up. And just seem to, you know, when you come into the league and you do as well as he did, the next year you have to add to it. That's well played, and that might actually catch him a couple. It might get a boundary as well, but yes, it does. It just seems, which is a little bit unusual to see that there, because Hayden Walls Jr., who is one of the better fielders, just seemed to escort it to the boundary. And he made a dip at it. You look here, he seemed to be covering it, have it under control, and then he just missed it.
May not be the best area of the field there. Did see him in the last match take a magnificent catch off of his own bowling. Caught and bowled there against Jamaica. Of course, Durham suffering from those second and third season blues that some of those often call it.
Yeah, that's what we call when you're at college. You say it's your sophomore jinx. You know, you do well your freshman year, and then your sophomore year, it's a challenge. By the time you get to your junior year, you know, you're trying to figure out how to get back to where you were and you know, and be an improved player. Yeah, and that's again another bubble in the field. He got his hand to it and just couldn't pull it in. And those are just those little things, because if you could cut off that single there, that was Jeremiah Louis there. If you could cut off the single, it means that the bowler gets to bowl at the same batsman 3-4 deliveries in a row. And, you know, and that's what you want as a bowler, because it allows you to execute your plans a bit better. At the end of the over, 59 for 3 now after 13.
That is certainly something you want as a bowler, because always having to be changing up your plans to different batsmen every delivery. Even worse when it's a left-hand, right-hand combination. Batsmen get to sort of have their fun.
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. And I'm sure that's what Cornwall would want from his bowlers, the opportunity to peg away at the same batsman as much as possible. Now we have a little bit of a change in matchup here, because now it's going to be Jonathan Drakes. And can Jeremiah Louis do the business here? He bowled a beautiful over the last time up.
And we're going to see if Drakes attempts to play that shot that Paris was trying to play.
Cornwall is strengthening the offside. He's back in slip, so he's up to take the man a deep square leg and bring him into mid-wicket. And he's asking Louis, concentrate on that off stump, outside the off stump. Don't go down the leg side. And again, it's called a wide, but you could see the intent to bowl wide of the off stump, because the batsman seemed so inclined to want to go out there.
Well, he is, as you were alluding to, bowling towards that plan, keeping it wide outside the off stump, but just taking it too wide that time.
And this is good bowling. This is good cricket generally, because the captain has set the field, and the bowler is bowling to the field. But I think it's kind of like the captain following the lead of the bowler, because he bowled such a beautiful over, focusing and concentrating outside the off stump, that Cornwall did two things. He put himself in slip, and he's brought more help to that offside. Here he goes again outside the off stump, but with protection in the deep. So it's a nicely laid plan. The question is now, can they capture the prize?
Louis does tend to generally move it away from the batsman, so just those two fielders on the onside as well, trying to tempt them to play across the line. Haven't seen them attempt those shots as yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how the batsmen carry on from this plan and execute. Just looking to defend right now.
Yeah, because this is a big test for his batting resolve. And it really asks the question, how high a price are you prepared to put on your wicket? Because he played and missed almost every time in the previous over. He did get the edge that went for a boundary, but that was, so fortuitous. Now it's a question of, have I learned anything from that experience? And how am I going to now kind of rein in myself from chasing at deliveries that are not even going to hit the stump, so you have no fear of it hitting the wicket. There he goes again, flirting with danger outside the off stump. I won't be surprised if Drakes goes and have a word with him, just to tell him, well, it's almost like if he has a radio with him, because, just to tell him, if you're going to play that shot, then you might as well play an aggressive shot at it. Don't just hang the bat outside there. Because how often have you seen batsmen look to the heavens? They want to know why did they do what they did. And but you're getting, it's like you're getting practice runs at it. Slow delivery. He's going to have to hurry here, and that is going to be a tough pickup because he was trying to backhand it. And in one motion, Joel Andrews was trying to pick it up with his back to the batsman and to the wicket to try to pick it up, and there you go. He just missed it. A more difficult thing to do. He probably would have been better off going with both hands and maybe just trying to underarm it, but he was trying to free up that right hand. So in one swivel, might have been able to throw down the stumps. But if you do that without the ball, it doesn't really count, does it?
Well, he got himself into a difficult position there. Might just want to practice that a bit more before executing that outside here on the ground.
That's better because Drakes is getting in line with the ball and trying to play. He's playing through the line, yes, but it's so much more controlled as opposed to just trying to probably hit it square and leaving the edge exposed. 63 for 3 now after 14.
Of course, with this plan from Louis and from what we saw from O'Shane Thomas as well, only two pieces in the team, so apart from that, they are going to have a lot more spin to deal with, so wouldn't want to lose that wicket in such a soft way against the seam just before they leave the attack.
I suppose the tournament dictates that the spinners, as we've seen, spinners do most of the damage. And again, up the arm ball, just he's having his issues. let's put it that way. And while he looks more assured to this pacer, Drakes that is, he is having issues with Durham or with the spinners at the other end. It might be a timing thing, or it might just be the speed or lack of speed that the spinners tend to bowl at, and they ask you to kind of lift your head a little bit to catch the ball or to keep up with the ball.
I think one thing that Durham would have used as advantage in that season where he would have performed so well would have been his height, which does tend to trouble the batsman a bit more, similar to how Suleiman bended.
A little bit of flight there. Well played in the end by Drakes. Didn't try to overhit it.
However, so far today, we haven't seen too much turning off as yet. So there's still enough there to at least keep him interested.
Again, well bowled by Durham. Maybe it's he isn't getting the proliferation or the plethora of wickets that he got 2 seasons ago, but he still bowls what we call wicket taking deliveries. He just hasn't had the luck. Might have gone to hand drop catch, or the batsman play and miss on a number of occasions. And that has been the story of his 2024 season. Now they might get a second run, and they do get a second run. And the throw came in. Everything seemed so relaxed and finite that they swear, well, there was 1 run, and they would settle for the 1 run. The ball hit, well, I have to say it hit a divot, and it just ratted, and it went right under Hamilton's legs, not even his glove. It went under his legs, and they were able to steal a second run to end the over, 66 for 3 after 15.
It's a bit more. Durham as well would have played for the Netherlands between last season and this season. Of course, qualifies to play there through Booth being in St. Martin. Interestingly as well, his first list A match would have been all the way back in 2013 for Netherlands against Northants. That match would have taken 1 for 34. Over 10 years ago.
Yeah, so he has been around for a while.
Eden Walsh now to enter from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
I figure Cornwall is probably telling him, since you don't want to field, then you might as well come and bowl. After he ran down the ball the last time and failed to pull it back. He's probably saying to him, okay, since you're not too keen on fielding, come and have a bowl.
Well, no wonder he's coming from that same end.
That's well played. Again, Drake's doing the smart thing and getting on top of it. And this is what we were talking about now. A little bit of careless running there, because there was ample opportunity for them to sneak a third one. And but this is good, aggressive fielding there by Kareem Gore, tracking it all the way to the boundary. Look at how much work he had to do close to the boundary line. The batsman had more than enough time to size up a third, but they opted not to. Seemed pretty settled very early.
Oh, just on that running as well, they would want to run as aggressively as they could, especially at this developmental stage. It is a mistake that you could forgive them for making, but you would want them to learn from that. Don't just take it for granted that the ball is going to go off to the boundary.
It's well, as youngsters, you learn that, or that's kind of knocked into your head at an early age, that you run the first run aggressively, and then look and see, if there's a chance of a second. And it's the same thing that applies to a third run. You run the first too hard, and then you try to see where you are and how possible it is to take a third run. No, they didn't run the first too hard. They ran the first one fairly aggressively, and then they just seemed to amble the second one. And by the time Paris thought about a third, the chance was gone. Oh, that's a good hit. It's going, gone. That's 6 runs. The man down there at long on thought he was in play initially, and then all he could do is look up and watch it sail over his head.
That was dispatched right into the player's gallery, as if to send a message back to his teammates.
Yeah, that's a good hit. That will give him a lot of confidence.
Also would have that remaining confidence from that CPL stint he would have had earlier this year as well. Performed quite well in that and would have no doubt learnt a lot.
Can be very aggressive, sometimes ultra aggressive. having to show a little bit of restraint here and respecting the experience of Heaton Walsh Jr., but taking the six followed by a comfortable single to end the over. 16 completed now, and that would be very encouraging for the CCC. They're up to 76 now for 3.
Speak of ultra aggressive, we would have seen the most ultra aggressive so far today already, probably, with Christian Turton hitting 2 sixes in his short innings of 17. One of those so massive they had to get a new ball in just on the 6th over.
So Durham it is, who will continue. You just saw the picture of the Larry Constantine stand. I always tell people Larry Constantine was such a dynamic cricketing personality, and a human being really, that he could be considered one of the first real superstars of West Indies cricket. And not that he was seeking, that kind of accolade, but it's just the way he played the game. He was full of enthusiasm and almost always seemed to make something happen, whether he was batting, bowling, or fielding.
I don't think that's something that you can just seek and will into being. It is something that you possess naturally as a player. Would have been before my time, though.
Before my time as well, but he was, when you speak to people about him, you can't help but appreciate what he did. And then of course he probably didn't even play as long as he should have, because he then kind of devoted part of his life to helping overseas again. Just you almost have to say sometimes it's like they're trying to get themselves out, because he was playing with a straight bat all along. All of a sudden he's trying to cut a ball that is nowhere near there for that type of shot.
Durham definitely pitched that in the right area. Continuing to attack the stumps a bit more now, bringing all of modes of dismissal into play.
A maiden over, 76 for 3 at the end of it.
17 overs having passed now. Got through that over at a rate of knots.
There's another big name for you, the Jeffrey Stallmeyer. Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand. Jeffrey Stallmeyer, of course, a Queen's Park man, a man of immense value and with a tremendous amount of respect from cricketing scribes around the world, not just in the West Indies. Have you ever been through the Jeffrey Stallmeyer estate in Santa Cruz to walk over to Maracas?
Well, I did take a hike in that area quite a while ago. Would have been around the 2014 time period.
Yeah, I haven't been.
And to be quite honest, I'm not too sure if I would have passed in that area or not. But I know I got from Santa Cruz to Maracas
Through there.
through some sort of
Terrain.
mountainous area.
Yeah, it was I would imagine it's still popular. Well, I'm hoping so, because a lot of people used it. To get to Maracas Beach, they would hike through the Stallmeyer estate, and but it was fun because big groups, large groups used to do it. They think for a moment of a single, but it's not there. And just momentarily, they thought about taking off for that single, but once again, the speed of Gore proving to be the factor that dissuaded them. That doesn't need any explanation. That's a glorious shot for 6 runs. Again, not afraid to put bat to ball, and Paris sent that one sailing out of the ground.
This is clean hitting and striking here from Paris for both of those 6s that he's hit so far. Might wonder why he was trying to guide the ball down a few overs ago when he possesses this sort of power.
Shot selection is what it's called. It's how you do it. 53 on the board to this partnership. So are we going to see one of those big partnerships again? We had 2 yesterday, 1 in each inning.
Yesterday as well, from that partnership from Trinidad and Tobago, was spectacular to chase down that total, because given what we've seen throughout the tournament, it certainly wasn't an easy total to chase down.
Yeah, we have a little delay here. Not quite sure with Paris. After you hit a 6 like that, you should be pumping and ready to go again. So it might just be a little bit of perspiration or something in the eyes. And the ball is coming back now.
May have either been a break to find the ball back, or something seriously. Maybe something went into his eye. Because just 1 ball remaining in the over. Surely they could have waited.
Yeah. Plus, you know, a lot of the players now are carrying the flu. Quite a few teams have indicated that they have some players. The Trinidad and Tobago team, I think they had a real scare, so to speak, because several of their players are a little bit under the weather. But guys are braving it out now. They're coming to the end of the tournament, the business end. So the ones that are in playoff position are hoping to cement 83 for 3 now at the end of 18.
I must say, I do hope something isn't going around, as I did today and a few days ago see some people with their masks on as well. So maybe either they were carrying around something or just extra precaution. So do hope all of the viewers out there are in good health as well.
That's one of the things the pandemic taught us about, a little bit about personal hygiene and how you protect yourself. I mean, you're not going to have the social distancing that we encourage. This is such a pretty sight, the side of the mountains behind us there.
It's apparent in cricket as well, no more saliva use on the ball.
This is well played. That's in the gap. This is a long chase, and he's just going to get there in time. Yes, he does, to stop it. And Kadeem Henry having plenty of work to do there.
Kadeem Henry only into his 2nd game. Batted for quite some time in his debut just a few days ago. And he scored 22 but faced 48 balls.
Stifled appeal there. They were hoping, but the umpire not interested.
May have been a bit of bat.
And here he goes again with that shot, that want to get out shot. He's really can't resist it, playing at balls outside the off stump, and this one is not so far outside the off stump. No real spin. He was anticipating spin, but there's none there.
Be one of his favorite shots, Paris.
Yes, certainly is a real test for him. But it's good that he could try to fight through this period, rein himself in to some degree. That's better, because it's really about rotating strike as well. They don't need to go, trying to blast everything out of the ground. when that presents itself, you take it. But in the main, the idea here is to try to keep building this partnership, and rotating strike is one of the best ways to do that. 88 for 3 now after 19.
Throughout this period that you do see those boundaries sort of dry up a bit, and one of the goals of the bonus point system is to ensure that the run scoring stays up throughout this period, whether it is by putting away those bad balls or strengthening the running between the wickets across the region. Don't want so many dot balls throughout this period, wasted deliveries that you never get back. Washington is third over here, already given away 17 runs, so would want to reply better from here on out.
2 of those were big hits over the long on, wide mid wicket. One was straight over long on, the other one was wider over mid wicket, but both were good shots. Good clean hitting. Gonna get that through. Once it passes, it's 4 runs. This time he waited a little bit and placed it well.
Well, Drakes is in on the act now. Just getting a bit more confidence from that misfield.
It's a good shot too, because that's the thing. You have to make runs, so you want to play run scoring shots. But you also want to minimize risk. That's a googly, but he played it well. He saw it.
It's about seeing that early as well when you're facing up to leg spinners. Reading that variation as early as you can, out of the hand as opposed to off the pitch.
Little slightly quicker delivery, but he's what you would call an orthodox leg spinner. In today's game, you have so many leg spinners now that have, not only do they have more variety than him, but they disguise it so much better. They bowl leg breaks, some, almost hidden actions. You can't read it because everything is so different now.
And in addition to that, you have someone like Rashid Khan, who says he has about 4 or 5 different grips for his leg spinner alone.
Yeah, it's really a test for the batsman. 20 overs completed. It's 93 for 3 now. Yeah, so this is Cornwall is going to have to make a decision here, because he's clearly the one who can maybe get the breakthrough for them. He seems a little bit reluctant to bowl himself, and I don't understand why, because given the success that he has had, I would think that Cornwall would probably want to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. But maybe he's just holding himself back as if to suggest that when he comes on, then things will happen, whenever that is. My thing is he should be doing that right now and don't wait. But Durham will continue, so I welcome back Vinod.
Down the leg side, swept away nicely for 4. Bad line there by Durham. And that takes the score alone now to 97, as you can see there. The line all wrong. I take your point there, Ruskin, about Cornwall. And with the Leeward Islands needing to win this to ensure that they go through. At the moment, the Windward Islands are in the hunt as well. And so it's that 4th spot will be determined today, and that's between the Windward Islands and, of course, the Leeward Islands. Leeward's on 38 points, Windward's on 31. So if whoever wins, if the other loses, then they will grab the spot. They will join Trinidad and Tobago, who's atop the standings, followed by Jamaica and Barbados.
Yeah, it's nicely poised right now. Everything to play for, and you want to see the players putting in that effort, giving the game, the effort that, and because of the importance that it carries.
So Durham, who would have played for Holland at the World Cup, comes from St. Martin, and as you know, Ruskin, every citizen there is a citizen of Holland. So he did exercise that option of playing for them. Loads of experience, but from 30 for 3, this is a great recovery. It's now 97 for 3. At that point, you would have thought that the Leewards would have looked to push through, see how best they can get that breakthrough, but take nothing away from these two.
Yeah, they really batted well to end the over 97 for 3. That's a maiden over.
Well, I see
Or
Cornwall.
rather, you got the 3 runs in there.
Cornwall is warming up, so he probably heard you, and he may be coming into the attack pretty soon.
Yeah, he has to. He cannot just allow the game to just kind of meander along this path. And even though it's not getting away from them, it's still just there where if these two grow in confidence, when you really want a wicket now, not that you don't need one right now, but let's just say these two continue for another 50 runs, then you're almost panicking now. So you're trying to avoid that.
Edged and in the big man hands at first slip. And Ruskin, you called it.
So they needed a wicket, and they got it to a good delivery, just edging out. This is a shot that he's been playing all along. Ironically, this one started on the line of the stumps, but because he plays from the side of the ball a lot of times, Paris tends to go inside out, and most times he's hitting the outer portion of the bat, and that's exactly what transpired with him there. He goes for 38, a well-played 38, I might add.
So he has to leave. And 97 for 4 now. The Leeward Islands, they've opened the doors yet again. As you can see there from the replay. In and out. In and definitely not out. It's the second time the big man has gobbled the catch at first slip today.
The ball disappeared there.
So the Mario Richards is the man coming in.
So it certainly is a good opportunity, a good time for a breakthrough. They didn't want them to just keep plugging away there and not at least have a response. So the best way to respond is by taking wickets. And he went to one of his more experienced men in Hayden Walsh, and he delivered.
Yeah, prior to that, Walsh was being taken around the park. He was being tapped around the park. But gets the breakthrough with a very good delivery.
Yeah, and Mario Richards is the new batsman. And they're going to need something from him as well. It's everybody. No, it's all hands on deck. No, look at Jamal Hamilton. I'm not sure what he's trying.
He's speaking. He seems to be speaking to a player who is not even responding. He's a character, I tell you.
And well, he will respond now because it's a comfortable single. And actually, it's the old Jewel. He's having this sort of animated Jewel Andrews. Jewel is probably telling him, I have it under control. I'm aware. I know what is happening. And Walsh is probably trying to keep him on his P's and Q's and tell him he's in an important position there at point on the sweeper on the boundary. And then he's also at square leg when the right-hander is on strike.
Bit too wide to interest Jonathan Drakes.
But a nice teaser. The ball is coming out of his with a nice little loop now. I suppose a wicket can do that to you. It just seems to be coming out of the hand just a little bit better now. There's a little zip when he bowls it. Reminds me of the great Rafiq Jumadino. Even in Chanali, when they bowled, the ball sang when it came to you.
I was also told, when you would have faced him, I was also told that Ranji Nanan had, when he bowled, tremendous revs on the ball, that you heard it.
Yeah, it used to sing when it's coming through the air a lot of times. And again, slightly quicker, but Drake's again staying on top of it and playing it quite nicely. That takes them to 99 now for 4 and 22 overs completed.
Watch 4 was 1 for 24. Durham is going to continue from this end. No sign of Cornwall just yet.
The big fella is holding himself back. He's giving the others an opportunity to get their overs in, and he's probably going to come later on. I would imagine that's the thinking, to kind of mop up the tail.
One hopes that he doesn't wait too long for the Leeward Islands' sake.
But I think it's important too for the CCC to really show some fight here. The first thing, they have to bat the 50 over. That must be the thinking, you know, and you know, you take what you get from that.
Well, the square, the track just to the left of this one was where Trinidad and Tobago played Barbados yesterday. In 45 overs, Barbados got 258. Trinidad and Tobago responded with 260 for 1. So a lot of runs.
Mm-hmm. So you got well over 500 runs scored there, and you would think that the wicket next door probably has similar characteristics. So there are a lot of runs in these wickets. You just have to spend the time.
And Trinidad and Tobago would have won that with quite a few overs to spare as well. It was already down to a 45 over encounter. Now, Durham is one of those bowlers, Ruskin, who I think is more economical than penetrative.
But remember when he burst onto the scene like 2 years ago, he just, every game is a loud appeal. Again, the reverse sweep coming into play here. It's part of the modern game. And
I think he was struck outside the line of the off stump.
He went well outside the off stump. It's so funny because it changes the whole dynamic, and I don't know if the umpires are being taught how to treat with instances like that, because here's the batsman who is changing his stance totally. Now you want to, he's being struck outside the leg stump, outside the off stump.
That's a question. Because if he changes his stance, the right hander becomes the left hander, the leg side changes. Just speaking about that, Adrian Barrett did make an interesting comment yesterday. He said that he was told by Darren Bravo that he's really a right hander, but as a young man, he so loved Brian Lara that he changed to being a left hander.
Yeah, and he kind of mirrored Lara. That's a good delivery, and a little bit of bounce as well, and kept his line well. So Durham hasn't had the luck, and the Leeward Islands, though, plugging away. It's 102 for 4 after 23.
So the Leeward Islands would know that one wicket again can see them get into the tail. No imminent threat of rain here at the Oval. It's not very bright, but I think that's a region where the rain comes from, just over the hills.
Yeah, the ground staff seems very relaxed, no anxiety at all. If anything, they're probably talking about the wind ball cricket they played yesterday. They're serious wind ball cricketers, you know.
I know our cameraman Kyle Ramdu was with them. So
And they always want to challenge you for a game because they know they have good quality in their midst. They have good bowlers, good batsmen as well. And here we go again. This has happened in the past. On near this occasion, he doesn't get any elevation at all. The ball squirts along the ground to square leg, when in reality he was probably trying to hit that, as we say, up on PI, probably into the Caribbean stand somewhere there. And luckily for him, it stayed down. And you know, that's the thing, when we play limited overs cricket, it's almost like if the whole mindset is you have to hit the ball in the air. And when in reality, look at how easy they're getting these singles.
Well, the funny thing is that it continues to affect West Indian cricket. I mean, you look at the current England series, the T20 series, and every game you have in excess of 60 dot balls, which is half of the overs are available to you, and half of the amount of balls available. You know, there's no doubt that as they look to push for two here, there's no doubt that there is hitting power in the ranks, in the West Indies ranks, but they just can't seem to rotate the strike. And this was the genesis. I don't know if you were, I think you were at the meeting with Miles Bascom. The genesis behind this whole bonus point system is to get guys rolling, get things moving along. This morning at the toss, Rakeem Cornwall said that it worked for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, you have to. Let's take Durham for example, and I was making the point that when you come onto the scene and you had a year like he did, you know, the next year you want to come with something different, some new stuff, you know, and you keep building, so your repertoire becomes so much, you know, you're so much better at doing certain things. But the whole object is to become a better bowler or to become a better fielder, you know, a better batsman. And as we say, when Ralphie is sprinting, it could only mean one thing, is that a break in play is imminent. And in fact, after 24 overs, it's 107 for 4, and the players will get some refreshments, and so will we.
Very serious man there, Ralphie. So we're back 107 for 4, 24 overs bowled. And I'm not a believer of this projected score situation. I don't know if it was Ruskin's thoughts on it. I really don't go with it, Ruskin. But it's saying 223.
Well, I suppose a guide as to, because you already anticipate, you're trying to predict the future, what is going to happen the rest of the way. And, you know, the problem with trying to predict the future, it's unpredictable.
Cutaway runs here. And it should go very close to the boundary. I think I take your point with that. I think the only thing that you can predict with some level of certainty is that Colin Murray is not going to put an elevator here.
Well, we live in hope. And as we speak of Colin, we want to wish him all the best. Hope everything is okay.
Yeah, Colin, good lad, hard worker. I think Queen's Park's cricket and the whole management has taken a toll on him, to be honest. But he tries his best. And we hope to see him very soon again.
Yep, so everything is very okay. And the thing about that, you know, you see, this is the stage of the game here now where the CCC, they can't panic about it, or they can't go about it and just get like a rush of blood and say, look, we have to increase the tempo now, because as you're saying, whatever the projected score is, you want to at least, you must have a target in your mind, how you're going to get to 250. If let's say that's the target that you have. Now you're going to go about building. Okay, we're in the 25th over. You know, we're at the halfway stage of the innings. It's what, 110 on the board. You must be thinking, well, the rest of the way is maybe the next 10 overs. If we can get another, say, 60, 70 runs, it means you're going at 7 and over for the next 10, you know. And then you kind of do it like that. Take 10, then take another 10, and then you see where you are, and then you try to close out with a bang. Two things you must do. One, you have to score those 60, 70 runs, and then you have to preserve wickets, because you want to give yourself an opportunity to have a real go. And when you're going hard at the end, you will lose a couple wickets, but you at least want to have something in reserve. If you lose 8 wickets, and you still have, 15 overs to go, you're no better off, because you can't really, slug the way you would like to in the death. So holding wickets is crucial for them as well.
And that's thinking on your feet. That's planning. It's actually planning your innings, and so many times you don't see that sort of thought processes. Or even if the coach puts it out there, sometimes you're not really seeing that with the guys who go out there. Raheem Cornwall, you've gotten your wish, Ruskin. He's into the attack now.
Time.
The best bowling of 6 for 26 in the Listy regional cricket. And he is now coming in at the halfway stage with a score 112 for 4. It's 2 steps and he bowls off his shoulders.
Yeah, the big number 93.
He's not going to bend down and take that up. Someone has to serve him. When I was coming in, I was thinking about that, and the peculiar sinner. That's a good hit. Good use of the feet, and clears the head of the man at mid-off. Jeremiah Louis had no chance. And he's calling the man on the point boundary, O'Shane Thomas, into the circle, and he's going to push, it seems. Yep, he's going to push mid-off back on the boundary. In fact, O'Shane is sending him back. As he was struck for that, for he called him in and then pushed Jeremiah Louis back. Now he's calling Louis back into the circle. No, he's pushing him back. Down the track again.
Could be out. Oh, yes, it's taken. Well.
Well, Ruskin, you seem to be on fire today. You called it because you said Raheem Cornwall should come in and look to dish up the innings. He's done it with his, 3rd delivery?
And it's a full toss. He just got hit for a boundary. A good shot from Drake's, getting to 48 and then just giving it away.
Drake's did look good.
Yeah, so it's a very unfortunate that he was striking the ball very well, and then maybe the one shot that he probably is telling himself he could have really put that away better, and he hit it straight down the throat there of Henry. Henry just had to come forward a couple pieces and took a good, comfortable catch. So Cornwall gets an early wicket to justify his introduction into the attack at a critical stage, and now they find themselves in a spot of bother here at 116 now for 5.
Yeah, this is really bad news now for CCC. They've half their side down at the halfway stage.
And that's what we were just discussing. You have to keep wickets. And what I should have said, you also wanted one of your key batsmen, one of one of the form batsmen at the wicket, guiding, this middle passage here. Helping to hold one end while, even if he doesn't go hell for leather, somebody at the other end, he will just be the anchor or the axis that everything else sort of revolves around. But when he's gone now, it means Richards and now Jonathan Drake's, or rather, now coming to the crease here, trying to probably put things together and maybe see if they can't do what Drake should have been doing for them, which is guide the innings. This is Prasad.
Yeah.
Akshaya.
It's a good delivery. Jumps on him a bit. Akshay Prasad has played a lot of cricket here in Trinidad. Guyanese, of course. He plays, I believe, at Central Sports. So he is a batsman, so they're still batting in the tanks, so to speak.
Now this is good from Cornwall. He has this slip in place. Now he has a short extra cover. Short mid-off. There is a cover and an extra cover as well as a mid-off down, but they're really trying to tighten the noose here.
So an over in which he picks a wicket. 1 for 4. 116 for 5. Kerry Magore, 2 for 29. Hayden Morse Jr. has had 1 for 29. And now also a wicket for O'Shane Thomas and 1 for Raheem Cornwall. Seems as if Durham is going to bowl out. Best of 7 for 29.
Yeah, coming back to Jonathan Drakes, I thought he batted well. He batted responsibly. He wasn't afraid to take on the bowlers, and he showed restraint. But when he got especially the deliveries in the slot, he wasn't afraid to go over the top with them. And but it's just unfortunate. He got a full toss and he just hit it down the throat of long on.
That's a good delivery there by Durham. Just jamming down on it to Mario Richards. So we get a 2 here and they could be in serious problems.
Yeah, you can just say put the cat among the pigeons if you pick up a couple more wickets. They'll know they've already had a bowling point, the Leeward Islands, because they got the 3 wickets within the first 10. Now in the second session here, if they could pick up another 5 wickets, so they must be thinking, let's just keep taking wickets and see, because bonus points may very well be the difference. We're not sure how the Windwards, how that game will peter out. So you need to take care of business here, but you also need to figure out how you could get points along the way to enhance your position.
I want to be critical of some of the coaches and the technical staff for some of these teams. What I've noticed here, Ruskin, is some of them, they're probably just getting lost in the game. They're not really keeping up to date, as you just said. You just mentioned about getting these bonus points. It's a battle within a battle. So you have to stay switched on. I remember yesterday when Barbados could have gotten an extra bonus point, and the over, starting the over, we knew up here they needed 2 runs. No message came out. They got 1 run.
But they took a single.
1 run in the over.
Yeah.
So for things like that, you have to blame the technical setup.
Yeah, because any number of times you could send a message, you know, to let them know where you are at all times.
At the point in time, they were just 4 wickets down. So you would want to strive to get that extra run, that 2 runs in the over.
This is going to be good, quick single, good movement again. Goy is a good fielder. He's a good mover across the ground, but not even his pace could have denied him there. 27 gone, 118 for 5.
So the Leeward Islands continue to pick wickets here. Cornwall, it seems, will continue from the southern end.
Yeah, he has to, because he has a knack for taking wickets at this level, and that's the scary thing about Rakeem Cornwall. Now the West Indian selectors tried him with international cricket, but you obviously, while you might have gotten runs from him and you picked up a wicket or 2 here, he is a liability in the field, and so without being prejudiced or anything like that, that is just a reality that we have. Now look at this field, this team here, the Leeward Islands. You already have Cornwall, who's limited in his movement and how much he could do in the field. He could catch it, slip, but that's about it. He's not going to chase after anything. You have a similar situation with O'Shane Thomas, you know, who is even less likely to catch anything that is a little bit difficult coming his way. And even in the field, he's a liability to the bowling, to the bowlers or to the fielding team. So as a captain, you now have that in the back of your mind. So you're already constrained where you could place him. You have to strategically put both of them in places. That's a good delivery, a little bit of bounce and turn there.
So it's a 9-man situation,
Yeah,
basically.
you're under stress all the time because you now have to figure out where you're going to place your assets. Who's going to take the catch for you, or who's going to cut off boundaries for you in the field, and you can't rely on those two to do it. I'll show you a question. There was a situation there where they got 2 runs. The ball didn't even go close to the boundary. It was just about that rough patch down the wicket. It goes, it's in the air, and Hayden Walsh can't pull it down. Well.
Let's have a look at that again.
A couple of years ago, you'd have given your house that Walsh was going to pull down that catch. But here, and it wasn't even hit that hard, but it just had enough height.
He's up in close for the upper drive.
It must be said, he's not the tallest fielder. He's not 6 feet.
Had Durham been there, he might have been able to pull it down.
As we say, that might hit Durham in his chest. Cornwall again keeping things very, very tight and respectable. 120 for 5 after 28. So just 2 runs off of that over. The one before also had just 2 runs, and the one prior to that just 4 runs. So they haven't really been lighting up the Queen's Park Oval, although we're getting these lovely images from the surrounding, the hills at the back, which was before we had all of these high stands and you know, suites. That was what made the Oval such a lovely viewing and a batting facility, because the hills allowed you to see the ball, you know, very early, because all greenery behind you there. A lot of international players would have told you that they loved it here because you saw the ball nicely from the northern end because of that, the hills there. This is in the air. And that's well played. That's going to be 4 runs.
No one out there. Akshay Prasad going. In fact, it's the Mario Richards
Yep.
going over mid-off.
Inside out. And again, going slightly against the turn, but getting his body nicely into position to play the shot.
You would remember the old scoreboard, Ruskin.
Oh man, that thing was hot, inside of there. It used to be frying in there. It was fun. You really just did it for the fun of it because you just enjoyed. Because of course you got to follow the game.
So did you come down and as a schoolboy to operate the board?
You just had to get in the mix. It's an awkward shot, but productive in the end. He got the single. And, but trust me, that was a real sweat inside of there. And then you remember you had these big boards with the name
Yep.
boards, and some of them were heavy, so you had to make sure and move them and got them. But what it did, it kind of give you a different perspective on the game. Essentially, you're scoring.
Yeah.
You had to stay on top of the game that way. So it was fun to do things like that.
And the oval obviously has changed. It's now very commercial. It's an international venue. You can hardly see outside of the oval. Now you get a view from where the Dos Santos stand was, because that stand has gone. I don't know what's the plan. I don't know if you know what's the plan your good friend has for there, Ruskin.
Well, I hope that plan doesn't include an elevator because it might be a while. But I know there is a plan. What it is, I couldn't see, and I suppose it has to do with financing and whatever else. And once that is sorted out, then we might get the return of the Heraldo Santos stand. 29 gone, 127 for 5.
I think there are plans to have it because they've kept the sign. You look at it, you can see the sign. It's just resting there on the wall. And
You remember Mikey?
yes.
And there is all sorts of things. That is next door to us. That's the Invaders Steel Orchestra, just outside of the Queen's Park Oval. They had their big Juve celebrations for Republic Day.
Well, I know you're an expert in pan, Ruskin.
There he goes again. This is in the air, but it's going to land safely. 1-2 bounces. And this time, Henry can't do anything about it.
So some shots being played here now by Richards.
And again, because Cornwall kind of set a little wall there for him, he has the short extra cover, he has an extra cover, he has a mid-off, a point, almost a point, and a backward point, plus a slip. So he's trying to limit what they can do inside the circle and the offside. So the obvious option for Richards, he feels, is to go over the top.
Well, there are 5 men catching on the offside inside the circle. Richards is going again. This time he's in trouble. Henry.
Yet again, it's almost like a replay.
Yes, and well thought out. You actually spelled it out before that, Ruskin. That's exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted him to go over the infield.
Yeah, the trap was set, and he fell into it. Good catch again by Henry. So 129 now for 6.
Cornwall 2 for 8. So 129 for 6. The projected score at this point is 219, which would represent a recovery to get to that.
Yep. And it's not going to be easy for them, especially as long as Cornwall continues to bowl in this fashion.
Mansingh has played some useful knocks for Jamaica. He's in now. He has a best of 54 with the bat. That's Mikael Govaya, not playing today.
with all the changes and the withdrawals because of West Indies duty, I was asking myself, I say, which team would have been impacted the least um, based on, you know, international duty and the call-ups to the West Indies team. Which team in this competition is the least affected, and which team is poised to probably take advantage of those absences? And I'm thinking, all of a sudden Jamaica comes into the picture
Yeah.
as a team that could really could benefit from that.
They finished second
Yep.
in the preliminary round. Oh, that's a loud appeal. Probably struck outside the line. Yeah, Jamaica definitely. Another team that would not have been impacted would have been the Academy.
It will be interesting the rest of the way to see if they can take advantage of that. Barbados is Barbados. I always say that. The standard is the standard with them. Doesn't matter who is in there. They seem to find ways. Look at how Reefer came back in after that unfortunate lash. As you can see, that ball spinning in there. They want a single. This could be problems.
But your guy.
But I was just saying, and I'm not picking on him. I'm just kind of pointing out the obvious. And it's just unfortunate that is the state of his cricket. 129 for 6 now at the end of 30 overs.
But I want to thank you, Ruskin, for being with us for the last spell. And 129 for 6. We take a short break. So we're back here. Let me say, is it morning still? Let me say a very good morning to the man from Koki in San Fernando, Dylan Sharma.
Well, you might have been perplexed as to what time of the day it is given how quickly the game has progressed.
Yeah, 6 wickets falling. 3 for 30 at one stage, and there was a partnership of 67 for the 4th wicket. Then another slide.
Must say, given the amount of wickets fallen as well, only 2 hours and 6 minutes in, it's quite a decent over rate as well.
Well, the spinners were on from very early. They actually opened the bowling with spin from one end. Then you had Durham, you had Walsh. Hesitation. Louis makes a meal of that.
I think to put it down to spin would be a bit difficult, given that spin is such a huge part of this entire tournament.
Durham has done well in terms of his economy. None for 35. He's in his last over here. He'll want to get a wicket. Basad not taking advantage of a bad delivery.
Definitely too short there from Durham. Fielder was there to ensure it didn't go away, but would have wanted to capitalize upon that. Two spinners out there to face up to the spin as well. Mansingh and Basad. Well, this time he's able to get himself down to face the next over. It's Basad.
Yeah, so at the end of it, 132 for 6. Basad is on 6 of 17, and he's a batsman. He has played in Trinidad. He has a batsman for Central Sports. Mansingh has played some crucial knocks for Jamaica in the past. He has a best of 54 in List A cricket. The clouds gathering on the hills there, Dylan. Are you a weatherman?
Well, certainly I do like to look at my weather, but given what I I've seen the chance of rain has definitely reduced, so good news there.
Definitely good news. The Leeward Islands would appreciate that. They want to win this to firmly seal that fourth spot. And if they go on to win here, given the fact they've gotten bonus points, they may well leapfrog Barbados into third position now and avoid a clash with the Red Force. So there's a lot standing here, a lot to be played for, just out of the reach of Walsh, and that's into the boundary for 4.
That flew away, really. Walsh didn't have much of a chance there at all. Just executed that with as much power as he could have and was able to get it up and over the infield. I think Leeward would certainly want to avoid that clash with Trinidad and Tobago. It is a hard-fought clash over the past few seasons. Last year, of course, it being the final, which Trinidad and Tobago would have gone on to win.
Cut away, well fielded.
Of course, at UE, the Windward Volcanoes after 32 overs, 137 for 2. Windwards would have been having an eye on this game here.
Well, the ideal thing for the Windwards is to go on to win there and hope that somehow the Leeward Islands loses here or rain washes out this encounter. So the rain is not going to be a factor, it seems. Is it Gore coming back into the attack? Creamer Gore.
And with ties to the US as well. Similar to Hayden Walsh Jr. A lot of outside ties in the Leeward Islands. Durham as well.
Gore. Best of 2 for 4. Today he has 2 for 29. Oh, that's well fielded. Good feeling to his own bowling. Pretty quiet there at the Queen's Park Oval. If I look into the Caribbean stand, which is the stand that is open for patrons, I can actually check on one hand how many people are there. 5. A grand total of 5. Will you expect that though? Or pushed away by Durham?
Yesterday would have seen a lot more spectators out for the Trinidad and Tobago clash. Would have been treated yesterday by that performance. Wonder if there's a shortage of Caribbean in the Caribbean stand today.
There's a shortage of consumers. Make that 7. I see a young lady and her companion just coming into the stands there now. So 7 people looking at the game. But you understand that it's the Leeward Islands against, of course, CCC. Take nothing away from both teams, but they're not the home team. And people probably just getting their chores completed to look at the West Indies game later on in Beausejour. Plus, they could rely on the stream to give them all the information.
Certainly sure that's what they would be doing on a Sunday. Have some other things to deal with on Sunday, so
I know your good friend Joel Bailey will be sitting, looking, waiting anxiously to see the likes of Shimron hit Maya on that West Indies team later.
That's one of his favorite players.
But at the Oval, it's Cornwall to continue.
Cornwall really entered the attack quite late, but made an impact right away. Well, that's another wicket there for Rakeem Cornwall. Going straight through Prasad. 11 runs is all he's going to end up making, as Cornwall has targeted his stumps and hit the target.
Bottom edge, nice loop there from Cornwall. And you can see the bottom edge of the bat of Akshay Prasad as it crashed into the stumps. So Mansingh loses his partner.
Just as Mansingh got off the mark, Prasad has got off the field.
And Cornwall, 3 for 12. He has a best of 6 for 26. Should he go through the entire bottom order here now, he could land his best ever bowling figures in this day cricket.
He'll certainly be backing himself.
I think he'll be backing himself to get off that field as quickly as possible as well.
Taking a hefty sip of water there.
Big unit, Cornwall. Served Leeward Islands cricket well. Continues to do so.
He's also served West Indies well within his time at the higher level, and those spinning wickets, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. That's some great series down there. Of course, if he is able to take a fourth wicket, he will be able to get a bonus point as well. Mario Greaves, the new man to the crease. He'd certainly be licking his lips as far as bowling on this wicket as well.
This wicket has no terrors really, but it's all about application. Ruskin had made the comment earlier that you have to apply yourself to really get the run, to get the value. You saw yesterday what happened. Both Otley, who got 100, and Django 91 not out, started slowly. Beaten.
He's troubling both batsmen, whether it's left hand or right hand. It's exactly where you want to be to a right-hander. And again, this time, he's going big as Romario Greaves. Gonna go away for 4 runs. Not able to clear that boundary line. Went with the spin, so chose the shot and was able to get into an area where there wasn't any fielders. Well played, and what a way to get off the mark. Cornwall would still be backing himself. Says, after that boundary, I'm going to get you out.
3 for 16.
And this time he goes straighter, and it is going to evade that fielder. So 4 more for Romario Greaves. He's off to a flyer here. I think that's a good decision from him, given that only 3 wickets remain in this innings here. Do want to get those runs before those wickets fall. Just as you were talking about that partnership yesterday, how Otley specifically took his time early on. He did have Webster at the other end going aggressive, so that allowed him to get into his innings. Similar to what we saw Turton try to do this morning, but wasn't able to carry on as long and didn't have any willing partner at the other end. Gore to continue. Cutting at that one and past that fielder. Gonna come back for a second. With the running now. Mansing gets 2, so good to see the running continue as well, not just looking for the boundaries. Really as well, and Drakes and Paris were batting. There was a ball that went close to the boundary that they could have easily come back for a third and only ended up with 2 in the end, so want to correct that. That's almost a Yorker length delivery and will keep him at bay. This time driven. It's going to be 1. Brings Greaves back on strike. See how he goes about targeting the ball, spinning away from him now. Gore would back himself to beat his bat.
Gore's been a good bowler today, 2 for 34. Quick single taken. So they're looking to see where they can get the single as well.
Final delivery of this over. And that's just uppish there, trying to cut it away and just came off the top edge. Just wide
well.
of Cornwall.
Couldn't pull that down. End of the over, he's going to continue Cornwall. He has taken, 3 for 20 or 5.
Well, was he able to take that catch? Would have taken away from his ability to get his best figures. He is now into his 6th over. And that's gone through him. Appeal for LBW, but looked to be impacting outside.
Not convincing though from Cornwall. As he went up, he came back down. That might have missed leg stump in the opinion of the umpire there. Straight back to him, that's 4. The big man shining today with the ball. It's 151 for 8.
And that's another bonus point for Leeward Islands. Bonus point for the individual this time. Cornwall on taking 4 wickets, so it's very well done by him. Captain leading from the front. Taking a spectacular quote and bowled. Might have also taken some inspiration from Hayden Walsh Jr., who took a quote and bowl in the previous match against Jamaica, as of Carlos Brown. Karima Gore and Jeremiah Louis also took quote and bowls in that match, so seems to be something that Leeward Islands are favoring. Hakeem Jordan now joins Romario Greaves. teapot out. Probably just pleased with himself at the moment, backing himself to get those final 2 wickets.
If he gets it and keeps it under further 6 runs, it will be his best ever.
Game Jordan with a highest list day score of 40. 150 in his first class career. He's solidly forward on that one. And this time sweeping, and that's going straight into the hands of that fielder.
Joel Andrew make it 5 for the big man. Ruskin Mark, I'm going to see Ruskin Mark and get tomorrow's lotto numbers. We did see it. Why isn't Cornwall coming in to wreck the side? Cornwall belatedly came in, and he has done exactly that. 5 for 20. That's 151 for 9.
That's another bonus point now for Cornwall for having that 5-wicket haul at a run rate of less than or 7.
Mm-hmm. Ralphie's there, is he? Sweeping as usual. They say the best sweep shot they have seen at the Queen's Park Oval is Ralphie's. Harry Campbell comes in, yet to score a run in this day cricket. Will Cornwall end it in this over? 5 for 20. Career best of 6 for 26.
Well, so far in this over it's been dot wicket, so following that trend.
Maybe dot wicket, you think?
Well, if he's a symmetrical person, might be up for that. That's only Cornwall's second 5-wicket haul in list day cricket. Has 3 4-wicket hauls and 1 5-wicket haul prior to that. It's an average of just 24.2.
Could it be 5? Pushing in the air, just short of Hayden Walsh. Could have been 6 there.
Well, if there's anyone that Cornwall would have won today, it would have been Hayden Walsh.
Final delivery of the over. In the air, and he could get it. Durham takes the catch. The big man has raked in his best ever list day figures today. 6 for 20, would you believe?
Well, that was generally tossed up, and he did oblige.
Ruskin Mark take a ball. Mark was begging for the guy to come in to wrap it up, and he did it.
I guess I must take a bow as well, because I did predict that last ball would be a wicket.
Yes, you take a ball as well. Dot wicket, dot wicket, dot wicket. But he's an asymmetrical man, is he? So, 3 wicket, a triple wicket maiden to end his 6th over. 6 for 20 from the big man. 151 all out after 36 overs. So that's the situation at the Queen's Park Oval. We are going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval where we're getting ready for play after lunch. And basically it's been a kind of a shortened day, not because of rain, but because the Leeward Islands were so good in the field. Apart from the bowling, the catching was very, very good. We saw Henry take a couple down in the deep that were exceptional. And I think it just kind of permeated through their performance here. And Raheem Cornwall, of course, was 6 for 20, his best list A figures. All of that combined means that they now face a victory target of 152, and they have their full 50 overs in which to get those runs. Drake's made 48, Paris 38, Turton 18, but not much else after that. So here we go immediately with their reply. And this, of course, Kadeem Henry, who we were speaking about, taking those two beautiful catches in the deep.
Only into his second game of his List A career, Kadeem Henry scored 22 of 48 in his debut against Jamaica. Hakeem Jordan, with all his experience operating from media center end.
Oh, that's wide, and it will be called a wide.
Well, not what he would want to provide with his experience. No free runs.
But this, of course, is the scenario here where
A bit straighter now.
yeah, I can move on it tomorrow. Yeah. You could get it from her, or should I go by her first? When you sign it, where will it be?
Driven nicely from Kadeem Henry. Only be one.
Yeah, since you know, I'm
And
actually
feel better now having gotten off the mark.
so I'm not sure what time the game is.
It's a nicely executed shot. Got his weight forward and got down to the other end quite easily. Chesney Hughes
Just before.
is
Just before.
now gonna take strike.
Just before.
Left hand, right hand opening partnership here.
Pandemonium, might be pandemonium. Yeah, that's straight after pandemonium.
He's taking his time to show that he's marked out his guard
Left-hand side. Yeah.
the way that he would want it to be.
Right, she's on the left-hand side, yeah. Yeah. All right, I think I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah. All right, no problem. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Good here from Jordan.
Yeah.
Apart from that, wide, he's been on a good length.
All
Might
right.
just want to go a bit fuller to see if he
All right, no problem.
gets some more movement.
Finish here, I'll go by her.
We did see that movement early on when Leeward Islands were bowling.
Yeah.
Given a small total, he'd want to pitch the ball up there and have every chance of getting that wicket. Wide again, and this time he's gonna have to deal with some extra punishment that goes down to the boundary.
Yeah, trying to adjust his line here. And it's the same thing we were talking about in the first innings with the left and right hand combination can prove to be a bit of a headache sometimes if you're not fully concentrated. And Jordan, who has a knack for taking early wickets, I'm sure striving here because he probably feels that he needs to set the tone. Probably trying a little too hard.
Guess that is part of the double-edged sword of being the experienced player within the CCC. Sometimes that extra responsibility might result in extra pressure on yourself that is materializing itself as it is now.
Yeah, but I think he just needs to settle, just to relax and just go through his basics, make sure he gets his run up right, make sure he has his action working, and then he could start to press a little bit. And that's better. And once he does that, he will be fine, because we all know how much of a quality bowler that he is. The over ends 7 without loss.
Chesley Hughes will have just taken strike, and another one on that Leeward Islands team that has ties to outside of the Caribbean. Opponent Anguilla, and has played in the county crickets championship for quite some time.
Had 100 earlier this season. Among how many hundreds? We were keeping track at one time to see how many hundreds we had, and we've seen now after yesterday we got one, and so we've had quite a number of players put their hands up with some pretty useful scores, and so it's just a question now. Kerry Campbell to try his luck. And the bug has bitten. It's the wide bug.
There is no luck there. Lucky for the batsman. Still very young in his career as Kerry Campbell.
And in his case, you look, he has that kind of slingy action. So chances are, if anybody is going to struggle with their consistency with line and length, is him, because the action is not a perfect action. But he can work within what he has. And there it is. Look at the movement coming back in. And he almost got it past Henry there. Henry was very late coming down on that one, but he played it in the end. But that's what you want to see when a bowler is, he's making adjustments as he goes along. And you saw he started, as you said, with that wide down the leg side because he pulled it too hard. Now he just kind of let it go naturally, and he does have the ability to move it both ways. Appealing for a catch at the wicket. It might have just brushed the pad on the way through, and an indication of that because there's no wide signal. You know how the umpires are very strict with anything down the leg side. Just brush the tie pad on the way through.
Appeal probably more because of the deviation and also to ensure that it wasn't called wide again. But definitely came off the pad. And of course, with that action he has, it is going to take a bit of time for him to get it 100% comfortable for him.
There he goes again. So he has to, just like Akeem Jordan at the other end, just relax and do what got him here, if you know what I mean. Because a lot of times, you know the situation of the game, you know the situation that the team is in, so you're kind of pressing because you know you want to do well, you want to finish on a high, that sort of thing. But now is the time for you to kind of take a deep breath and kind of slow things down a little bit and just focus. And it wasn't too far off there, but again, starting on that leg stump.
Just has to keep looking to execute the basics here is Campbell. Understandably, with the score that they have on the board, there isn't too much going for them at this moment and would want to get those wickets, but on the flip side, there also isn't too much pressure on CCC given that they are not able to qualify at this stage. So just want to try to get those basics right and absorb as much as they can in this last game.
It's a little bit better. And if you notice, he's kind of cut his pace. So he's not trying to bowl, like at express pace right now. He's, in his mind, he's just trying to work out his mechanics here and see if he could get what we call a repeatable action. One that where he's relaxed and he could just run up and do it over and over and over. like I said, he does have a little bit of a slingy action, and that's better. So he'll get it right sometimes, and then other times he won't get it right. The key for him is to see how often he can repeat what he just did there, and challenge the batsman more often than not.
Of course, he's also someone else that got a bit of taste of CPL this year. Yes, with the St. Lucia Kings squad that reigned victorious.
Yes, he's coming in here as a champion. That's well played. Again, because he was starting on that leg stump, you want to stay away from the leg stump, and while you work out in your mind, and when you work out your mechanics, if you start off stump, even outside the off stump, as we saw Louis do so consistently, that's probably a better place to start, because it's not as much as a gift as when you start on the leg, where the batsman can just kind of help themselves. And because remember, you don't have much protection there. You have a mid-on and a mid-wicket in front of the wicket, plus a deep backward square. All he has to do is put it either over their heads or between them, and he's guaranteed runs, if not boundaries.
That 4 is really nicely played as well. Just use the pace of the ball.
Oh, that's well played. That's even better. That one was traveling, and beautifully done by Henry for a boundary.
Alright, he just admired the shot for a bit. Was definitely pleased with that. Kadeem Henry, and in addition to those wides, he's gotten 2 4s off this over. So rollicking start for the Hurricanes. 18 for none after 2.
But I won't be overly disappointed with the 2 boundaries. Unfortunately for Campbell, it came at the end of the over, and that was the period where he was probably pressing to try to end the over on a high. It didn't turn out that way, but at least you look at the location where the balls were. He was more middle to off stump as opposed to leg stump when he got flicked away, or he went down the leg side a couple of times. And it's just the concentration there. They just have to kind of, in a sense, they're putting pressure on themselves here. Now, what is it? Is it a no ball? There was a man outside, an extra man outside of the circle. So there were 3 outside the circle, and a no ball. Probably just a little break, lapse in concentration there. So that's a free hit.
I was a bit confused for a few seconds as well, because
I'm trying to figure out what takes the precedence here, the no ball or the wide.
Because I was waiting
no
for
ball.
that wide call.
Yeah, so it was a no ball was the call. And so now we have the free hit. So this could be double punishment in a sense.
Oh.
Now, had the man been in the circle, it would have just been a wide and just the 1 run. Now he stands going for even more. And a no ball now, so it continues. Still have a free hit.
Well, a variation of no balls.
So 2 runs added. Another ball bowled, not a legal ball bowled in this over just yet.
Although I must question why he would have had 3 fielders outside at this point when
I
he wanted to
I
attack.
think the guy at fine leg, short fine leg, he probably lost his concentration. Now as a bowler and as a captain, you have to look at the field, and because it was a changeover from you're now starting a new over, so that's one of the things, and even the senior players, they need to look around and see and make sure. And that's a good delivery, nothing for it. So all's well that ends well.
Jeremiah also being a young captain as well, so would be something you'd want to at least take note of.
Yeah, you have to be, as they say, on your P's and Q's at all times, because you don't want to be gifting runs, and you don't want to, not set a field and a catch is dropped or a catch goes, an opportunity for a wicket goes by, and then you notice it. That's a good delivery from Jordan. So he's starting to settle down now, which is so important for him and for the team.
He's coming back to those two boundaries at the end of the last overs. I think it was just that he was pitching it up, looking for a bit of movement as well, which Jordan hasn't quite done as yet. He's been more length back of a length.
He's going into the wicket a lot more. He's more hand to wicket more than anything else. So now you look at it and you see, now this is where the problem was. He was down on the boundary to third man, and he stayed down there. So, so he probably thought it was the right-hander batting, and when in truth and in fact was the left-hander, and he had to come up into the circle. And that's better from Jordan, because at least he's challenging the off stump as opposed to the leg stump, which has been the case prior.
And just that instance that we saw with that no ball is something that I think a lot of people who might just be watching for recreation rather than knowing too much about the game might take for granted as well. You might just look at fielding and think it's about fielding the ball, but it's a lot more than just that when you're out there.
Wants a single, but Hughes is anxious. Henry is non-committal. So you stay down there, partner. You bat. I am happy where I am up here. He's probably waiting to see if he could get at Campbell again. So he's probably more content with just staying up at this end. That's well played, but brilliant bit of fielding to his own bowling. Just sort of put that big left paw out there and clutched it.
He just stuck it out as if he knew exactly where it would be. Almost looked like a scene out of a superhero movie. Just grabbing his hand out.
So again, now you see the change that he's making. He's sending the fine leg down, but he's bringing the man at third man up into the circle. So the bowler knows what he wants to do. The fielders just have to back him up now. Hughes a little bit awkwardly, a little bit cramped when he's playing that shot hurriedly. Plays it in front of him to end the over. 22 without loss at the end of it. This is a nice beach day or river lime day kind of thing. You talk river lime, you're thinking, what, curry duck?
Well,
among other things.
Certainly a nice spicy curry. Could be anything.
Or jira. People like the jira or something, jira pork.
Did have a
jira chicken.
Well, Christmas time is pork time.
Yep. This is in the air, but it's in the gap as well. So it's just not going the way of CCC just yet. And these are the little half chances that you want to go to hand so you could get a breakthrough. Yeah. But Henry gets a single. And he goes to the non-strikers end now. So now it's Chesney Hughes. Now I think this is the first time that Hughes is going to be facing Campbell. It would be interesting to see if Campbell can, well, you know how it goes. He would have been bowling down the leg side to the right-hander. Now that he has a left-hander, and you think he should be easy to concentrate on that off-stump, he might very well drift into Hughes's pads. But I think if he's focused enough and kind of clear in his thought, he knows that he can bowl just that off-stump line and do well. Little too straight. Good quick single as well. And a little nudge in the legs there for his troubles, Henry.
Didn't quite make that adjustment. Gonna have Henry back now. Henry would certainly be happy that Campbell is back. Enjoyed those last two deliveries they bowled previously.
Yeah, Henry has a nice solid base. Has a nice solid base from where he stands, so to speak. And that's a good shot, but it might have been started just outside leg stump. And that's a peach of a delivery there.
Did look that way from the initial angle. Definitely outside.
Squared him up. That should do his confidence a world of good, because he, right now, looks a little bit short of confidence. Probably wondering what he has to do to get it right. And again, reproduce that same ball, but maybe start it an inch or so to the left. Started on that middle stump and try and work it from there. And that one went over the stumps. But what a audacious shot there on the part of Henry.
Henry might not want to be on strike so much anymore. And that's the advantage to Campbell of having that sort of slingy action do trouble the batsman when you do get it right.
Yeah, that's the thing, when he gets it right. And you know, we've seen so many bowlers come into international cricket with a less than perfect bowling action, but they do well because they're comfortable with what they're doing. And that one is going down the leg side. It's taken. Brilliant catch indeed. What a fine catch. And that is the end of Henry. He goes for 11. And really and truly, you have to tip your hats there to the young man. He took this brilliant catch, Demario Richards, going to his left, and got his one glove down, and he came up with it. Just look at it here again. There's the deflection, and there is that thing. Some of those have to stick it, but he don't mind. He will claim it every time.
Definitely saw that deviation. There's no doubt about it, and probably wouldn't be too pleased with getting out in such fashion. Kadeem Henry got off to quite a nice start with those boundaries in the previous over, but Campbell has the last laugh. Probably mightn't have intended to bowl in that area either, but that stroke of luck would continue to up his confidence. This over has been much better from him.
And he has a wicket to celebrate as well. Probably would not the the best ball that he's bowled. Had he bowled that to Hughes and hit the edge and the wicketkeeper took the catch, we would say, he's deserving of that wicket. But it's cricket, and sometimes bad balls get wicket. Just ask any leg spinner that you know, and they'll tell you that. They seem to write the book on that, how to get wickets with bad balls. Sometimes rank long hops and they get wickets. So with Campbell bowling, and that one had a fair amount of pace on it. So you give him credit. Of course, the wicketkeeper probably will get a 50% of the credit for that.
Even on the flip side, as a batsman, when you do play that shot, you always do run that risk of getting caught behind.
So Karima Gore is the new batsman. Bowled well, fielded well. And he tried it once and he tried it again. And probably needs to figure out how to stay away from those pads there. 25 for 1 now, 4 completed. So the sun continues to really bathe the Queen's Park Oval. It really looks a picture. And the only thing missing is a crowd to witness these players on display. the sprinkling of supporters who are here would have been treated to some good bowling from the Leeward Islands. So 10 wickets go down, and they just saw wicket number 11 go down for the day. So now can the CCC mount a little challenge of their own now? Challenge the Leeward Islands batsmen to make them work to get the 152 that they require for a victory.
Well, that is what they're going to have to do, try to challenge them as much as they can, whether it's by, well, wickets or restriction, but with this sort of score, wickets would be the name of the game.
Yeah, because it's difficult to restrict them under 150, although I have to say I saw Australia post 140 or something like that, and defended it against Pakistan. I was like, really? 128 or something like that, and they successfully defended that. So it is possible, but it's going to take a hit, and in a 50 over game, it's even more improbable. There's a good delivery, but carelessly on the part of Gore, kind of walking into that shot. Taking his life into his own hands there, as they say. I think that's going. He's out. Well, I thought for a moment it might have been going down leg. He came in, Gore, and just tried to clip it through the onside, hit right across it. And the umpire upheld the appeal. Well, he goes without scoring.
Well, it did seem to be going down leg, given the angle. Umpire does have the final word in this tournament.
You look at it again. It looked like it was heading down leg side, and but the appeal went up, and the umpire had to respond to the appeal. He could either said yes or no. He said yes by raising the finger, and that is the end there of Gore. And another talented youngster, Joel Andrews, strides to the wicket.
Joel Andrews in his last game would have batted quite comfortably down at the Brian Lara Oval, Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Scored 47 out of 48 deliveries, just 3 short of that 50.
Likes to score quickly, loves to hit boundaries. I suppose every batsman likes to hit boundaries, some more so than others. But I suppose the name of the game is understanding the state of the game, reading the state of the game, and knowing what is required under these circumstances. And Jordan has put a nice ring. He brought the third man up, so he has a slip, a third man, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover, and a mid-off, all in the circle, plus a mid-on. And the 2 men out at fine leg and square leg, and what a way to welcome Joel to the crease. A nice little lifter. That's a good bumper. Smell the leather.
He's really trying to hit the crown of the jewel. Is Akeem Jordan.
That's one of those nose and toes scenario. And there's the response. Brilliant. Brilliant indeed. This young man is so so talented. He just waited there and without much movement and without any fuss at all, just banged it for a boundary. He's off the mark. It's 29 for 2 now after 5.
He knew that went away for 4. As soon as he hit it, didn't even bother moving, and the sound that came off the bat, everyone in here would have known.
So I don't know if you ever heard the saying, nose and toes.
Know about head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
That's like an Australian saying where they talk about nose and toes. And again, they're still persistent with their leg side.
Well, I get the nose part. I'm not too sure. Well, the toes would be a yorker,
Yep.
I guess.
So that's what they keep saying, nose and toes. It's either you're bowling at the toes or you're bowling short at the nose. So it's like nose and toes. And I saw that there with that bumper that if you're going to bowl a short ball, you want it to climb. You want it to get over chest height. And let the batsman make a decision if he's going to hook or not. He tried to hook, but was nowhere near it.
Very important part of the bouncer is getting it in that right area as far as where it bounces, as far as how it hits you height-wise, but also the line as well.
Yeah, a well-lined bumper is just as dangerous as the Yorker because it requires two things. You have to keep your eyes on it, first of all, and then you have to make a decision. A lot of times you have to make a late decision. It's another wide, too far outside this time. So because when you get a nicely lined bumper, the line, of course, is going to get your attention because you know you can get hit with it. And then you kind of keep your eyes on it to see the height, if it's going to, say, get up to an uncomfortable height. And if you say, okay, yes, it is, remember the ball is traveling while you're processing all of that. I'm talking it takes long. It's not that long. It's a split-second decision you have to make. And then you have to decide either take evasive action, and here they go again, flicking it down the leg side. The umpire says it's a wide. They were going up in the appeal. They must have heard something, but
Well, you can't get every wicket
it might have
strangled
brushed
down the
the
leg
pad.
side.
It looked like it brushed something. What did it hit? But the umpire says wide.
We said you were seeing the ball comes at you a lot quicker than it
Yeah,
might show on television.
It's a split second you have to make a determination. And so the thing is, are you going to play or not play? Are you going to kind of get out of the way or play a shot at it? This time he's clipped it away nicely. He's going to get a single though. But Campbell persists with that leg side line. He really hasn't kind of consistently bowled on the off stump, regardless of whether it's a left-hander or the right-hander.
If we had a pitch map, it'd be all over the place for Campbell.
And you know, funny enough, if you switch around the batsman, some of those will be really good deliveries. Like instead of bowling outside the legs to the left-hander, he would have been bowling outside the off-stump or on the off-stump to a right-hander. And he would have done so much better, in that setting. But they seem to have it all, turn around, as they say. He's bowling pads to both men, or outside the pads to both men, both left and right. There is the short ball, and there is the decision to play the short ball.
Didn't rise on him too much. Easier control over that short delivery.
Doesn't have the same pace like Jordan has. And Jordan, as we saw, could get the ball up to head height or even above. I'm yet to see Campbell produce one, that could climb to that height. On the legs again. Really, and those are really just gifts, because you don't have to do much. You can just stand there and just flick the wrist, and any kind of contact at all will fetch you at least a 1 run.
I think apart from the pace as well, given the more slingy nature of Campbell's action, the bouncer definitely won't rise as much. And Jordan tends to have a much higher arm action as well.
Don't underestimate the slingers, Some of them could get some serious bump, some serious height, and pace. Is Joel another wide signal there? They're again appealing, and umpires having none of it. Umpire Banwari and umpire Taylor, those are the two men.
There he got that bounce.
When you think of top left-arm pace bowlers, genuine pace, you will have to factor in Mitchell Stark.
And Mitchell Johnson.
Before him. At least you could see him thinking about trying to work out how to attack the batsman. So he went with the short ball, but because he's not genuine pace, as say how Jordan is, he can't seem to hurry them into, playing shots on the hips as much. So Chesney Hughes is back on strike now. He's been given a steady diet of balls on the pads. And the feast continues.
Well, he's not had much to do as Chesney Hughes.
The scoreboard keeps ticking over. 37 for 2 now. It'll be interesting to see how many extras we've had already in this innings. Compare that to the total number of extras in the first innings. Again, it's not the easiest of surfaces on which to bowl, but you try to be consistent with it. 3 overs each for Jordan and Campbell. It's 38 for 2 now after 6.
Just came up on the screen, 17 extras in this innings.
And how many total were there in the CCC innings?
Just 5. 3 of those wides, 2 leg byes.
See the difference?
This innings we've had 13 wides.
17 already, yep.
2 no balls.
So Jordan it is who will continue here, trying to effect another breakthrough. That's glorious. That's brilliant fielding as well. From his knees, he's able to just sprawl and clutch that one from going past him. Akshaya Prasad.
That's exactly what CCC would need. Restrict as much of those as they can. Keep those batsmen on strike rather than allowing them to rotate. Or get those balls away to the boundary.
It's a good delivery. He was bang on the middle stump there. And if anything, he probably just straightened a little bit. And Joel had to treat it with respect. Joel Andrews. Very young in the game, just learning his ropes.
Definitely see a lot of the talent there.
There he goes for the pull shot. It's in the air. He could be out here. He's in trouble. And he takes a catch. Tumbling over. Good catch indeed there. They sold him the trap. And the youngster couldn't avoid it. And he goes for 6 out hooking.
We talked about the short balls a lot and fall into one of those. He was greeted with one of those as he came to the wicket, and this time not able to get full control over that hook shot and taken in the deep fall into a plan that Akeem Jordan would have set out in the last over.
Yeah, because they know he's a quote-unquote a happy hooker. He cannot resist the short ball. And Jordan knew that, and Jordan knew that if he got it high enough, he wouldn't be in control of the hook shot. And so said, so done. So a very, very good bit of fielding, good anticipation as well on the part of the CCC. And that would have been Jonathan Drakes, the man taking that catch down in the deep there. So look at how the game has changed quickly here now. 38 for 3. And, you know, we were debating earlier, well, whether or not the wickets, that would be the ideal tonic, to keep taking wickets. And by building enough pressure, you restrict them with their scoring.
And you just take away those 13 wides as well. Would have been in a much deeper hole with Leeward Islands.
So they still have work to do here. The Leeward Islands, Dimitri Adams.
Well, the afternoon has definitely brought some more crowds to that Caribbean stand.
It's a place to be. You just hang out in the stands. And, you know, there was a time, I'm sure you would have heard a lot about that, when during the week, school children would be allowed to come in and watch some of the cricket, even if it's half day so. And that's nicely played. And Adams just clips it and is immediately back for a second run. Was living dangerously though, because that was a ball that was angling into him, and he just kind of dropped the wrist on it. He was in control of it, it has to be said. And but certainly the hands went up, and you heard the oohs and the ahs. They thought they had broken through again.
Did look at quite good control being the first ball that he faced. Those school children coming in, would that have been just North schools?
I think it was open to children from all schools. So, no, actually, when I played, the school children came from all over. You know, to be in the Oval one and to watch the cricket, see the national team perform as well. But kids came from all over, and you could tell because they came in their school uniforms, and so you could identify the school that they represented or they attended. Again, drifting into the pads, and once more they're going to pick up a second run.
I wasn't quite as fortunate to have gotten to come here with my school at any point. Would have certainly enjoyed it.
A lot of fun. 42 for 3 now after 7 overs. Yeah, that used to be a lot of fun. But it also, what it did to it kind of, how should I say, you're going to say they whet the appetite of the students towards cricket, or they warm to cricket, as the case may be. But what it did to it kind of planted the seeds. Now we know that not everybody is going to go on to become a West Indian cricketer or you know, or a world beater at the sport. But by getting an appreciation for the game, understanding the game, having a bit of a love for it, you become a spectator of the game. So as you get older, you still want to come and watch cricket. You know, you enjoy watching the game played, especially when it's played very well. by the better players. Also, a lot of those folks too can become coaches. You know, not everybody is going to be, like I said, a test cricketer or a big international star. But there are those who, in fact, some people would say some of the better coaches are people who probably either didn't play the game much or just played some of it, you know. But everything that they learn or they know about the game is based on, you know, either fact finding or listening to the experts or whatever it is they do, whatever technique they use. The bottom line is that they're able to pass on the information and get the players to buy into it. And like I said, sometimes those persons probably never played at the highest level. They might have played at a lower level, maybe not World Cup stars or anything like that. Graves it is. Romario.
I think also as well, when you look, the coaches who wouldn't have played quite as much could also look at the game from a different perspective as opposed to those who are already out there.
This one is driven beautifully for four runs. He doesn't even have to run for that one. From the moment it left the bat, you knew that was going to the boundary. Very well executed.
Bit of timing here from Chesney Hughes, his first boundary of the innings.
That's well played. And just to follow up on that, as you look at this cover drive once more, brilliantly played. Stood on top of it and stroked it. No need to hit it in the air. And that's one of the things that I find is so disturbing about West Indies cricket, is because we all seem to think the only way we could score heavily is by hitting the ball out the ground. And Hughes, using his full range of experience here.
Hughes has been there watching those 3 wickets fall from the other end. He's now getting his chance to add to the scoreboard.
And they're going to need it. They're going to need him to guide the ship home. Try to minimize the shock and awe of losing wickets in bunches and leaving the door open for the CCC, who might be only too eager to kick the door down. They want to be spoilers on the day.
They definitely are going to need Chesney Hughes here, especially given that Justin Greaves has already been called up for the test squad against Bangladesh.
Certainly it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them all, how they're able to temper their anxieties.
3 centuries, 401 runs for Justin Greaves this season. Amir Jangu went past him yesterday, went up to 430 runs with 1 century and 3 half centuries.
That's well played by Hughes. But that brings the over to an end. 50 is on the board now. 50 for 3 after 8 overs. So this is, again, a little bit of a consolidation period here for the Leeward Islands. Losing those 3 wickets probably wasn't part of the script for them. Yeah, they really have to get a move on now. Because they've lost the 3 wickets, and this is based on the bonus point system that we have, in order for them to get that bonus point, they cannot not get to 80 runs to get a batting bonus point. They have to get to 80 in the next 2 overs.
I think they're going to be looking for that bonus point. 2 overs to get there. They've already gotten quite a few bonus points throughout the first innings, and the win would ultimately be more important to them.
They're going to try again to see if they could prize out another wicket here. Jordan has started to bowl so much better than when he first started. Maybe you just need a ball to shine out off the ball a little bit. And here's another appeal from LBW, but that was a tough shot. He went right across it there. And there's really no need for that.
Stepped out of his crease quite intently, quite a lot.
Happy hit right across that. And funny enough, that looked a little bit closer than the one before, because you could see the leg stump behind him, suggesting that it hit him somewhere inside the line of the leg stump. Now it might miss by the time the angle takes it. It probably was going to miss, but at least you could see the leg stump around his legs here.
Definitely the impact would have been spot on, but
What it does after.
of course when you come down so much as well, has extra to travel. This one also had extra to travel down the leg side.
Nice little testing little period here for both teams, because CCC is striving for another wicket. See what I told you? You had to make a decision. Either you're going to get out of the way, or you play the hook shot. Joel opted to play the hook shot, and he got caught. But now, Dimitri Adams decided, I'm not going to fall into that trap. So he is opted not to play the shot. So at least Jordan kind of getting his point across. And that's again getting into a bad position there and just not sure what to do, how to maneuver. He just seemed to drop the bat there. Watch where the ball passed. And look at how out of position he was. That ball was way outside the off stump. He was way outside the off stump, and he still wasn't close enough to it. This is excellent bowling on the part of Jordan. Again, he thought he had broken through.
Better reply now from Adams. Hasn't looked all that comfortable first half of this over. Now that previous delivery looked a bit better.
I think both teams, the innings kind of mirroring each other. It was 30 for 3 when they lost their third wicket. This one is in the air, and he's out. Right down the throat of Paris there, standing there, and the ball came screaming at him, and that is the end of Adams.
You could have definitely sensed that coming. Didn't look at all comfortable during this over, and definitely he wanted to get a hold of the bowling, but Akeem Jordan is the one that's gotten a hold of him, and Paris took that catch easily. It was hit straight to him, and now the fourth wicket down for just 51. And gonna have a short break for drinks as well.
Let's welcome you back here where we're getting ready for the resumption. Players got a little refreshment, but the game is delicately poised at the moment, nicely balanced. And if anything, CCC are making a real fist of it. You would say that the Leeward Islands are favored, but if CCC was to remove one or both of these two, who knows what could happen. They still have a long way to go. It's 51 for 4. They need another 101 run, but who knows. Jordan still struggling with that line. He's forever pushing the ball down the leg side. But what a turn of events here. Did you see this coming at all?
Well, definitely not.
51, 52 for 4 now. So they need 100 runs.
Especially after the way that both pieces started. Didn't look like this would have happened within such a short space of time.
That's nicely played. There's a man out there. And Cornwall in his familiar gape is jogging to the non-strikers end.
Cornwall's already taken 6 wickets, would have been looking forward to a bit more time in the dressing room. Is out there now and gonna have to do a big chunk of the batting himself as well.
He probably said, well, since you all don't want to make the runs, I might as well go and make it myself.
Runs required now into double figures, 99 more.
Yeah, and they need him to stay. Make no bones about it. He has to stick. In fact, this pair probably holds the key to the outcome of this game, because if both of them are removed in short order, then you would have to say the CCC are the ones who would have the ascendancy. But it's critical that these two find a way. They're scoring at a good clip, but at the same time, you can't be losing wickets. And he's going to get it through. Once he does that, that's 4 runs. For a moment there, it looked like Jordan was going to get across to cut it out. But once he misses it, that was, as they say, the end of that. There's a loud appeal for an LBW not outside. Probably too much turn there. Probably did too much on that occasion. Coming in to the right-hander, kind of pinned him at the crease. Ooh, that was much closer than I originally thought.
Definitely was worth a shout, and Greaves took up that shout without doubt.
This is gone. That's beautifully played by Cornwall. What a way to relieve the pressure here. Very nonchalantly.
It was just a punch from the big man, utilizing all of his power.
He read it well. He played against the spin, but he played it so well, deliberate. Just got it up and over.
He knew all he had to do was clear the infield and didn't look to go any further than that.
And let's have it again. And the result is the same.
Rinse and repeat, and Cornwall is wondering how his top order was not able to bat in such a manner. Says things are looking easy out here for me.
Yeah, he's probably saying, were you all playing on a different surface?
Might see the surface differently from his height.
Yep. wants a single, but it's not there. And I don't know how far down the wicket he would have reached had they gone for that single. So at the end of the over, 10 overs completed now. It's 65 for 4, so they won't get the batting bonus point, but CCC would have picked up a bowling bonus point for getting 3 or more wickets in the power play overs. So they are doing their bit, and like you said, when they started, they were so shaky with the bowling that you didn't anticipate that after 10 overs, this is where we were going to be with 4 wickets down.
Certainly don't have too much to play for in regards to the tournament, but picking up every bonus point available to them, and eventually if they are able to bowl out the Leeward Islands, that bit of extra consolation and confidence would definitely do the experience a world of good. Chesney Hughes on 12. Hakeem Jordan continues.
Hughes has loads of experience. He's played a lot of cricket in England. Of course, has served the Leeward Islands well over the years. As I heard Ruskin Mark said something just now, and that's so true. This is the partnership. Students will know that if they can break this partnership, they could well be on their way to a victory here. Cornwall, though, will be looking to hit the Leeward Islands out of this problem. As you can see, 13 of 7. It already shows his intention.
He's already gone past Chesney Hughes.
Go on, leg before. Hughes struck probably in line with the off stump. Let's have a look at this. That's 5 down now. Jordan around the wicket. That's a good shout. And I think the only thing that might have been a question might have been whether or not it was going to slide down the leg side. But I think it might have crashed into Midland leg.
I think it definitely looked out to me. Jordan with 4 wickets now would also be picking up a individual bonus point into his 6th over, and certainly the right decision, giving him that extended spell.
Well,
his spell's almost aged like fine wine. He didn't start off so well.
Yep. Hayden Walsh Jr. coming in now.
Remember a few years ago when Ireland would have visited and Hayden Walsh Jr. would have been at the crease. Last wicket stand back in Barbados. Was able to take them home.
What should be the approach of Raheem Cornwall now?
It's an interesting one that Cornwall is going to have to recalculate in his mind. I think with Hayden Walsh Jr. still there, he probably would continue to go along in the same manner. It's actually a very light drizzle just coming across.
That just adds to the drama. Should get an easy single there. I was about to say that all Walsh has to do is to rotate the strike. I don't think Cornwall will want too much of strike rotation.
He did want to retain the strike for this over at the end of last over, but wasn't able to get that ball far enough to allow him that chance. Now he's back on strike.
Third man goes right back. Let's have a look at the offside. Just 3 fielders in the circle. Well, 4 if you include the slip. Wide signal by the umpire. So, at the moment, this match is on a knife's edge.
Top scorer being wide. 16 wides.
Well, that's 2 overs and a bit. And 16 off that score would have taken it down to 51 for 5. Over the infield. So he was very aware there, Cornwall. He's only going to take a single. What should have been 2. Will only be 1 for him. Good thinking though by the big man. Looking to go over the infield. Not really getting hold of it.
His natural game at this point is definitely the way forward. Walsh is going to have to be careful on his end though.
Hakeem Jordan, not express pace. You'll refer to him as a medium pacer. Just putting it on a spot, doing a little bit with the ball. Lagging more than anything else.
One of the reasons he would have made it into the test squad as well. Hasn't played a test, played ODIs already for West Indies. So he's on the fringes of the test selection.
And the ball goes, caught behind. That's 5 there for Hakeem Jordan. A short delivery, looking to pull. Did he glove it or did he get bat onto it? Seemed as if he gloved it into the hands of the wicketkeeper. And there goes Jordan with 5. 68 for 6. What are we seeing here? The Windies Islands would be cock a hoop at UWE. Could we get an update from UWE there, Mr. Bill Jew?
Well, it is a day about 6s. 68 for 6. Cornwall taking 6. Hakeem Jordan just completing his 6th. And those 2 6s that we saw from Christian Turton. We head across to UWE. 278 for 5, the score of Winwood Volcanoes, their final score.
278?
And 279 would be the target for Academy.
Hakeem Jordan has turned this match on its head. Winwood Islands would be happy to see this at the moment because there's a distinct possibility they'll, once they win, they go ahead of the Leeward Islands. Cornwall is still there. The Leewards will have other ideas. And joining him is Jeremiah Louis, who could handle himself with the bat, but it's all about the mental capacity and the mental state at this point in time. The pendulum has now swung in favor of the CCC. Jordan has bowled a 6-over spell. I think he's going to continue. Jeremiah Louis, a high score of 78, not out. Expect some big shots here from Cornwall.
Graves is going to have to try to keep things a bit tighter here. Cornwall has taken to him so far. And that's going to run close to the boundary, but well pulled back in the end.
So it's going to be Romario Graves from the far end.
Jeremiah Louis, of course, can bat.
He has the best of 78 not out. The Leewards would not need all that from him today if they can get half. The captain could get the support. They can still get up to that target. Edged. Did it carry? Let's have a look at that again. Dropping short. Cornwall walks a single. If Raheem Cornwall can play a cameo here, take them close to 100. You never know. You need to set small targets in a situation like this.
Because he is going to have to take them run scoring up quite quickly here. They have to treat it as a much lower amount of overs game rather than 50. Just 4 wickets remaining. Not going to bat out all those remaining deliveries.
Jeremiah, I don't think Jeremiah thought he might have been needed today.
So 71 for 6 after 12 now.
Jordan is going to give it another try. 5 for 25 in his 6.
Which is definitely what CCC should be doing, is getting him to bowl as much as he can here at the front end, because the game is not going to go all the way down to the back end, and he's already taken those wickets. We want to continue that momentum that he's provided.
Oh, big drive. Cornwall thing that he missed out there. That was up in the zone.
Definitely would have missed out. That was very full from Jordan.
I tell you, if he had made contact, you would have been ducking in the commentary booth.
Windows would certainly not have made me duck.
Mind the windows. Oh, what a shot. Oh, my. Easy pickup. He hardly hit that. Counted for 6. Look at this. Wrist of steel.
I'm still in awe of that shot, really.
Beautiful. This guy's so talented, Raheem Cornwall. And just turns his back and leans on his bat. And said, saying to them, go fetch it. 6 for 20. He doesn't want that to go to waste.
Well, I certainly could understand that. If I was him, I'd certainly not want that to go to waste either. So you would have seen Jewel Andrew earlier dismissed. He would have scored 143 against Ireland earlier this year, and that would have also been in a losing cause.
Driving. Nice punch. Cornwall gets 1. So it's Louis. The face now. Let's see how he goes. Jordan 5 for 32. It's been excellent. Tiring a bit, you think? Jordan is in his 7th over.
That 7th over, I would understand if he's tiring a bit. Hot conditions out there. Also notice that they've had the drinks break quite early in each innings as well. Another sign of the heat out there.
Two deliveries to go in the over. Wickets tumbling at the over and no devils in the pitch. Well, we've had 16 wickets so far and 230 runs.
We haven't even had a full 50 overs as yet. I'm about to complete 49.
Driving. Competent enough is Louis to lend support. Cornwall has already top scored for the Leeward Islands here. The big man ran a quick single and they brought 4 bottles of water out.
Time I saw someone leaving with 4 bottles of water would have been Gerard Basu.
You saw him on a day when he really didn't leave, didn't want to leave with water. Normally goes with a case. Well, this rain is back with us. It's
been off and on for the last
just a
over
drizzle
and a half.
It's just a drizzle. Mario Greaves, 3 overs, none for 23. He's continuing.
The sun has continued to shine.
This is the problem with the CCC. They have no one else but Jordan who can now turn the screws. That's 6 runs. Bang! Into the pavilion. You don't bowl him there.
Well, Greaves has really allowed the pressure to be reduced from this end. 29 already into his 4th over. He had that one shot against Cornwall that was turned down, and apart from that, Cornwall has had the control over him.
But what is he doing? What is he doing bowling like that? Looking to pitch it up, to toss it up to Cornwall. He's going to murder you. Oh, beautiful. Just bending down and sweeping that one for 4. It went like a tracer bullet. Look at this. Oh, beautiful. What about the sweep shot?
Cornwall is having a lot of fun out there.
It's his day, Cornwall. 33 of 16. He's playing on his own pitch.
Showing everyone how much of an all-rounder he is. Doesn't just bowl, can bat.
Showing them just how talented he is as a cricketer. Now he goes for a single. 11 in the over. I'm surprised that he took that single though. He seemed to have taken a liking to Romario Graves' bowling.
Can't quite understand why Greaves is still bowling. You have Prasad and Mansingh in the attack as well.
tell you something. If Cornwall can take his team past 100 here, it's going to be difficult to stop them. They need to strike and strike immediately.
Cornwall is certainly the key man here. But Louis is going to have to continue to hold down an end. He's just going to defend this and let Cornwall take strike from the next over again. Well, not so.
End of the over, 91 is it now for 6?
14 overs now. Finally had 50 overs for the day.
Cornwall has called the 12th man to take his helmet away. Mansing is going to come in now. Sweeper goes back out, so it's looking to push. He could push easily into the offside, get a single. There'll be no short, sharp singles, I can tell you that. Oh my, that's 6. A full toss to start with, and Jeremiah doesn't waste time into the vacant area where the Dos Santos stand was.
That's exactly the kind of treatment that delivery deserved. Full toss and was right in his hitting arc.
I wonder if it's a no ball. I didn't see the signal. No ball for height.
Pretty close to his waist height.
Can't afford an expensive over at this stage. Have to keep the pressure up. Jeremiah Louis could bat. The ball has been retrieved. Kamil Puran going very far to bring that back. Back to normal business, pitching better there, Mansing.
He has the right idea, Mansing, but not out on that occasion.
That one, the Ron pitching just outside the line of the leg stump as well and going further down leg. Better. How good is Louis against spin?
Already with that 6 in the over, Louis is just going to play it out. Try to put away any bad deliveries, but don't need to do anything silly.
End of the over. 97 now for 6. 54 required. At a required rate, if you're interested, 1.57. It's going to be Passat from the far end, bowling to Cornwall. Gets a single first ball.
Prasad does have that slip in place.
Game slowly going back in favor of the Leeward Islands now. We're doing the right thing, stretching forward.
Causing a bit of excitement there is Prasad. And that's a lovely delivery there from him. Just straightened enough to beat the edge of his bat. Sweeping now. And it's going to go away for 4. That was nonchalantly done by Jeremiah Louis.
He could bat, Louis.
Swept it and the fielder sort of gave up chase as it got close to the boundary. Nicely done there from Louis. So he's not just gonna stay at that end, he's gonna try to ramp up the run rate along with Cornwall.
Oh, it's an appeal for stumping, not out, says the umpire. Cornwall looking to hit across the line.
There's 5 fielders on the offside and 4 on the leg side, I would say. Keeping that slip in place. He's gonna have to take those slip catches if they come that way. And
Oh, that's gone. That's into West Moorings. In the zone. Don't do that to Raheem Cornwall.
just a few overs ago, Cornwall got rid of the helmet, and now he's ensuring that he's utilizing all of his power without the helmet as well. Getting full view of the ball now. Standing tall. Again, he goes at this. And it's going to go all the way again.
This one a little further. So they have gone past the 100 run mark.
That was too short from Mansingh. Out Cornwall, ample time to execute that shot. completed 123 overs. Cornwall ensuring that Leeward's are on the right track here on 47 himself. Inching towards gonna keep this strike and look to execute some more of those in the next over.
13 in the over, it's 115. So I just think it's just a matter of 36 runs required.
Prasad continues now.
One-handed through the offside, not a fielded.
So
If this is a big over here, then the writing could be on the wall. Talking about big, you don't get them bigger than that. That's 6. He hardly hit that. It was just a punch.
many of his boundaries, just punch them, and that's a 50 to Cornwall as well. 53 now he's on. .54. Just 26 deliveries for Cornwall.
What a day he's having. Oh my, more runs here. In the air. And that's 4. A little bit again, I would have gone for 6. A batting exhibition here by the big man.
He's pretty much done it all on his own today. Don't think there's gonna be any chance that he's gonna allow this game to meander along. Just 27 runs now required. This time true extra cover. 4 more for Raheem Cornwall.
20 in the over so far? Or is it 16? 16 in the over.
14 in the over.
Sorry, this could be over by the shouting.
And Cornwall races along the 62 now.
Oh, more runs here. He's going to take 1. 15. 129 for 6 all of a sudden. Cornwall 63 of 29.
Trend of the 6s continue. Cornwall on 63 now. 6 wickets down as this partnership came together.
Partnership of 62. Cornwall, with the Leewards requiring 23, is it? Sorry, 21. They're just 4 hits away from Cornwall.
just gonna continue his Cornwall.
17 required now.
Brutal hitting here from Cornwall. 4 more on this time. Just, however, lofted cut through cover. More required. Well, he certainly wanted to go again, but didn't quite get the line of the ball. He's going up this time, and it's landed close to that fielder, but not out. Wasn't able to grab onto it. Didn't get as much timing on that shot. Right here is, it was ever so close, but he wasn't able to get into position to take that catch. And he's going again.
This time that's 6. Onto the second tier of the Scotiabank stand, sorry. Clearing that front leg, open up the body, and of course the power follows. Eleven to win. Again, he's going after this, not getting hold of it. Gets 1, so down to 10 required now.
11.
So Cornwall bends over, a little bit exhausted. He actually did run between the sticks quite a lot.
Most I've ever seen him run between the wickets.
Partnership of 73. Jeremiah Louis 12 out of that. A funny shot there. He left the bat and the ball followed the bat and hit it. 19 overs going 141 for 6. Take a water break. We take a short break as well. So we're back here. Just 11 required. As I say, good afternoon once again to Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. Well, it was just a matter of time before he had to roll the dice here. And Campbell is going to come back in. He didn't have the best of spells. I tell you what though, before that last over, I probably would have had to bring back Jordan. Just to see if he could break this partnership for me. You only had a couple overs, 3 overs left, but you had to roll the dice and give him every opportunity to try and win the game for you.
Oh, drive and a miss there. Cornwall nowhere near that.
No nonsense. He's not even prepared to slow down. And so we were just looking at the points. The Red Force, 63 points with 30 bonus points from their 7 matches. Jamaica, 53 with 23 bonus points, also 7 matches. 4 wins, 1 loss, and 2 no results. Barbados Pride, 46 points. So they have played out.
Sliced away, true backward point.
And
Doesn't run.
Yeah, no need to run, because he doesn't even think it's worth it to him to go for a quick single. So 19 bonus points for the Barbados Pride, but they're stuck on 46. The challenge here now for them is, can the Leeward Islands go past them into 3rd place and avoid playing Trinidad and Tobago in the semi-finals?
Backing away, crash through the covers for 4.
So that brings them even closer now. He goes to 78.
Talk about a one-man performance today here, Ruskin.
Yes, it's been amazing, hasn't he? Bowled so well. His career best figures in list A cricket.
Yep.
6 for 20, surpassing the 6 for 26 that he had earlier.
Yep.
And look at the time, it's not even 2 o'clock yet. And this is not a T20 game, folks. This was a full 50-over game. And we could be out of here by 2 o'clock.
Oh, Colin Murray has fixed the clock, hasn't he? Down the leg side.
You're asking for trouble down there, son. So again, just to finish it off here, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on 38 points coming into this with 20 bonus points. And so if they get 6 points for a win, they'll be up to 44. Then they already have 2 bowling bonus points. So that will put them level with Barbados on 46 points. And it's now down to another wide. And Cornwall is trying a scoop, maybe?
Yes. Cornwall is trying to scoop it.
So they're right within touch me distance here now. 5 runs needed.
I think the Windwards, it's safe to say that the Windward Islands will be out once the Leewards win here.
Yeah. 5 runs in 183 balls. I wonder who your money is on. Decision. And Cornwall kept quiet again.
He's getting angry, Cornwall.
Yep, like, put the ball where I can hit it, please.
Let's get out of here.
So if it's what? It's 1v4. So it will be Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados, is it? If the Leeward Islands leapfrog them into 3rd place. And so it's TNT Barbados, which is always an interesting battle. Bearing in mind Trinidad just defeated them yesterday.
That's it.
And that is the end of the game. What a way to end it in emphatic fashion. A magnificent hit. In fact, it's one of many from Raheem Cornwall that we've seen today. And he just trudged off as if to say, and it was a no ball as well. So it just compounded the situation here even more.
This has to be one of the greatest performances in this day cricket in the Caribbean. 6 for 20. Your team then struggling. They would have lost, 6 wickets for Spit. And then you come and feature in an 86-run partnership for the 7th wicket. You finish 84 not out. Amazing performance indeed. 84 of just 39. There's no doubt. I don't think the man of the match adjudicator will have any headaches.
If he has any headaches, it's because he's not well. Because this is so easy. Look at the strike rate, 215.
Wow.
0.38.
Talk about leading from the front. Congratulations to Raheem Cornwall and the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, so they would have won by 4 wickets.
They progress into the semi-final stage.
Yeah, a fantastic victory for them all the same. And what it does, like I said, it puts them in a very good position now, where they can relax a little. Well, you don't really have much time to relax, because now it's up to the business end of the tournament, where it's either win or go home, as they say. And so now that they've secured a place in the final 4, now it's up to them to really fine-tune and put together a game plan for Jamaica.
Yeah.
Because it's 1v4, 2v3.
Yeah. So congratulations again to the Leeward Islands. Raheem Cornwall, a brilliant performance today. 6 for 20 and 80 not out of 39.
84 from 39. Yep.
84 of 39. The Leewards, they win by 4 wickets. Final word from Ruskin Mark before we say goodbye.
It was a good performance from the Leeward Islands, although they were a little bit sluggish in the field initially, and that's why I was calling for Cornwall to come on and try and spruce things up. Eventually, he took heed, and so said, so done. He picked up 6 for 20 and helped bowl out the CCC for 151. And then their batting let them down badly, but tip your hats to Jordan for his 5 wickets. A brilliant bowling effort on his part. And he too didn't start very well. He was spraying the ball around quite a bit. But then once he got his radar working, he was a handful for them. And he was threatening to take the game away from the Hurricanes until Raheem Cornwall stepped in and, dare I say, put his foot down and essentially started to hit the ball all over the place, and saw his way to an unbeaten 84, and saw his team to a comfortable victory by 4 wickets and a place in the semi-finals.
Again, congratulations to the Leeward Islands, and what you saw today was a truly magnificent, one of the best performances you would see in list day cricket in the Caribbean. Bye for now.